there is a discouraging factor which they have continued to bear because of the little or no choice that they have. One of the library users said that they often come to the library with their hand fans due to the lack of electricity, and when there is power supply, the air conditioners and fans may not be working. Is this what we need in the center of excellence? Let us in Lagos declare a state of emergency on public libraries because the reading culture is gradually vanishing right under our nose. My name is Bayo Olaoye.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogabowls, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News. Keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious covers in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice reports duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa Ishaku Rabiu, founder of Ishaku Rabiu and Sons Group, a family-operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in Daihatsu products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business, established BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with BUA to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. BUA expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by BUA in 2005. BUA started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, BUA had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Ogbela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which was at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother, Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu, was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. He operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, our younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of BUA Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the Best African Economic Leader under the age of 40, the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute, Chausseo. BUA invested $300 million in a 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Ogu-Ogbela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, BUA Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. BUA Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, BUA Food exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased his direct shares in BUA Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. Boa Foods PLC and Boa Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, Boa Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, and an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development to partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of the 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and River States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021. A recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kuki Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
Nigerian leather industry has a storied history, particularly in the northern parts of the country, where the art of leather farming and crafting has been perfected over centuries. Traditionally, leather was used primarily for functional items like sandals, bags, and saddles, with little emphasis on fashion. However, The narrative has changed drastically in recent years as Nigerian leather has evolved from a utilitarian product to a symbol of luxury and high fashion. Here is a special report by Bayo Olaoye. The turning point for Nigerian leather came as local designers began to recognize its potential beyond traditional uses. They started to experiment with new designs, creating products that appeal to the modern consumer while maintaining the heritage of craftsmanship. The result has been a wave of leather products that are not only functional, but also stylish and desirable on the global stage. One of the key factors driving the revolution is the exceptional quality of Nigerian leather. Known for its durability and unique texture, Nigerian leather, particularly from goats and cattle, has become highly sought after by fashion houses both within and outside Africa. This demand has encouraged local artisans to up their game, focusing on quality control and finishing techniques to meet international standards. Moreover, Nigerian leather products have benefited from the global trend towards sustainable and ethically produced goods. Consumers are increasingly turning away from massively produced items in favor of the handcrafted sustainable alternatives. Nigerian leather made using traditional methods with minimal environmental impact fits perfectly into this narrative. This has opened up markets for Nigerian leather goods, particularly in Europe and North America, where there is a growing appreciation for products with a story and a conscience. The rise of Nigerian leather on the fashion scene is also closely tied to the country's booming creative industry. Fashion designers, many of whom had gained international recognition, are incorporating leather into their collections and innovative ways, from sleek handbags and bespoke shoes to stylish jackets and accessories. The Nigerian leather is becoming a staple in high fashion. This trend is not only boosting the profile of Nigerian fashion, but also creating new opportunities for economic growth. The leather industry, once dominated by small-scale craftsmen, is now attracting significant investment. Entrepreneurs are setting up modern tannery and workshops, creating jobs and fostering skills development in the process. This industrialization of leather products is helping to formalize what was once an informal sector, leading to better working conditions and high incomes for artisans. However, the success of Nigerian leather market did not emerge without challenges. The industry still faces issues related to infrastructure, access to finance, and competition from imported goods. Additionally, there is the need for more investment in technology and innovation to further enhance the quality of leather products and make them more competitive in the global market. Despite these challenges, the future of Nigerian leather products looks bright. There is a growing recognition of the value of locally produced leather goods both within Nigeria and globally. This is evident in the increasing number of fashion shows and trade fairs dedicated to promoting Nigerian leather products, as well as the rising demand from international buyers. The evolution of Nigerian leather from a utilitarian material to a symbol of high fashion is a testament to the creativity and resilience of the Nigerian artisans. It reflects the broader trend in the global fashion industry towards sustainability and craftsmanship. As the world continues to embrace African fashion, Nigerian leather is poised to become a major player on the international stage, offering a unique blend of tradition, quality, and style. This is just the beginning of what promises to be an exciting new chapter for Nigerian leather.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines, from breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemiWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Hello, Lagos. Make we yarn.
Hello, boy, this POS matter, don't pass your call. Listen, go swipe, alert no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, what really happen?
Maybe you fake alert the warriors.
Okay, so wanna listen, If you do POS business, not expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbefi. They don't walk that bar road where they worry for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I don't lie you. Because you know what? Development where they work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Uyemike, aka Ogbefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on top the eye 95.9 FM.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigerian content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape. Hello, good morning, and welcome to SBL. Add the hashtag in front of it, and it's SOUQ business landscape. It's a beautiful Friday in the city of Lagos, and we're reaching you live from SOUQ News Television. This is where you're meant to be this morning. I know you're preparing for the last work day. It depends on if you do the 9 to 5 on a normal weekday. It's Friday, and it promises to be good. So today we'll be looking at the stock market, RNGX. Get to tell you what's happening from the close of shops yesterday, and today happens to be one of the last days of trading week before the next. We'll tell you what's happening there. We're going to talk about it. We'll also be looking at sesame, the seed. What is it? What's happening to the export as it concerns Nigeria and the international market? Several other stories will be out here. We will need you to be part of and be directly part of it. Now, what's happening in the oil industry? US, Iran, how is it affecting our oil prices? We'll get to talk about it. Multiple refineries, the small ones are expected to augment what's happening and also increase local production. What's also happening there? Several stories will be here, and we'll get to talk. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ, and I have the knight here with me. He has his glasses on, so he sees, and he will talk. Good morning, Olumide.
Morning, SOUQ, John Rogers. Happy Friday. Good morning. Thank God it's Friday. Welcome to SOUQ Business Landscape. Let's get talking.
Let's get talking for all investors, both for the sharp ones and the real once. Let's get talking. Market watch. Now the all share index fell 0.41% to 193,569.8 points. That's the all Nigeria all share index. Now this closed on 26th February, that was yesterday, shedding 802.4 points to settle at 193,567.8, slipping below the 194,000 mark amid sustained selling pressure. People are still taking profit. Now, the 0.41% decline from the previous close of 194,370 points was driven largely by bearish activity in large cap banking stocks, which weighed on overall market performance. Now, analysts are saying that profit taking and cautious investor sentiment contributed to the downturn. Trading activity also weakened with total volume dropping to 868 million shares compared to 1.38 billion shares exchanged in the previous season. Market watchers noted that the softer turnover reflects subdued participation as investors reassess position in key sectors. Everyone is aligning, pushing, and looking at portfolios and arranging for the next month. For those that are still not visualizing data this happens to be the last Friday of February. So by the time you're meeting us on Monday, it's another month. So the markets are also reacting to that. So Olumide, how good are we on this now?
Well, we're good. Like I always say about stocks, it goes up. When it goes up, it goes up. When it comes down, it comes down. And looking at what it is right now, 124.75 trillion naira. Good hopes.
Good hopes. We shed about 2 trillion between the last 2 days. Now, for those that are taking profits, somebody has hit some good money, and hey, let's pull out some, then reinvest next week. It's end of month, so hey, people have to party. But hey, when you party, remember that.
Well, the essence of this stock market is long term. It's always long term, but you know, some investors they're privy to some information that we might not necessarily be privy to, and so when they pull out and come back, you know, there are certain things involved.
Certain things involved, definitely. And for large cap companies, for large cap stocks, we get to see majorly those in the oil sector and those good blue chip companies. We get to see that once they move, the NGX floor moves. And this is one particular thing that is there.
If you notice, sometimes, what's his name, Femi Otedola, there are some certain predictions, there are certain moves he does when he buys, sells, and all that. You know, you know that, yes, you know, one of the things about being wealthy is you get privileged information and all that.
Is the privileged information that makes you wealthy in the first place?
Okay. Not the investment, not the idea. Okay. If you say that, I wouldn't argue.
Let's keep going. Industrialization drive. We've had this discussion here several times, and new things are happening. Let's bring that to your notice. Kogi State is in the news for positivities. Now, positive, they are declaring an secure license for Ajokuta Economic City. Kogi State has secured declaration license for the Ajokuta Economic City Free Trade Zone, marking the formal take-off of one of Nigeria's strategic industrial corridors aimed at boosting manufacturing and investment. The disclosure was made in Lokoja by the Commissioner for Information and Communication, Mr. Kingsley Fango, in a statement reported by the news agency of Nigeria. Now, he described the development as a major milestone in the state industrialization drive. Officials said the free trade zone is expected to attract investors, create jobs, and enhance value addition across key sectors, positioning Kogi as a hub for large-scale industrial and commercial activity. Kogi State happens to be one of those states that is right in the middle of this big country. And we call it the confluence state. Niger and the Benue rivers, that's where they meet. And they've also housed a whole lot of the Ajaokuta steel industry and the story and a whole lot. Also, they have one major...
Dangote has...
yes, a cement factory.
Yeah, yes.
That was also problematic at a point in time before
yes.
it settled. Then there is also a gas plant. There's a thermal gas plant for power generation also there in Kogi. We want to see more of this. But now, outside paperwork, outside government talks, to what extent are we seeing from government approval, from declaration, to actual building, construction, infrastructure on ground?
Well, it's quite interesting that there's a whole lot of reforms that is going on in the country. The government is also looking inwards to sort projects by dropping bonds and all that. So they're taking money from the people, they're borrowing money from the people. But the only thing now we're looking at is it being put into good use. When you talk about the Ajaokuta state, I think I heard that it's going to be used for, is it gun manufacturing or something? They are trying to look for alternative ways of converting that Ajaokuta state to something that can still, probably generate certain money. But it's quite sad that that Ajaokuta state alone could have been a major source of revenue for Nigeria if we had, done it years back. But we are here where we are right now. Kogi has a lot. And like I always say, if the chief security officer, if the leader of that particular state does not have the vision of that state to say, okay, I want this state to actually grow, it will remain there. A lot of people vie for certain positions for certain reasons. And of course, they have to pay back all the investment which they got before they were elected and all that. So, but when they now come in, now also you could be a governor of a state and have beautiful vision. And the people who surround you might not share that same vision.
It's the governor's responsibility to hire and fire. So if you've hired people that are not pushing your agenda, you fire them.
I remember there was a time when we had this rumor about Obasanjo that when he wants to hire someone, you will sign your resignation letter. I don't know how true that is, but that was an allegation. Maybe we should go that route.
It's a government thing.
Well, maybe we can also go that route. So before you get appointment, you sign your resignation letter. So anytime you misbehave,
they just date it.
They just put a date. But it's all about vision. Look at what happened during the Dangote cement thing and all that. They literally shut down his factory. But they had to settle it. So now, how do we get the right people to think that, okay, besides waiting for SOUQ, because it seems as if most of the states are waiting for, and the sad part about it is, even while you're waiting for SOUQ, you will think that the money you're getting from SOUQ, you will use it to, but it's not doing anything. So, but if the governor, like I always say, has a plan for that particular blueprint, I think right about now, where we are right now, we should be asking for blueprint from any political aspirant. What is your blueprint for the state? What are you going to achieve in the next 4 years? I think that's where we should be toying now as the people. And I think it's right about now that we should have town hall meetings, sit down with the governor. What are your plans? Even after being elected, first year, what have you been able to, all these 100 days in office, and let's see the actual thing. Rail is one of the best revenue generation right now. But why are we not utilizing it? We shouldn't have to wait for the federal government all the time. Is Lagos waiting for the federal government?
Is Lagos waiting for the federal government? Well, there's a whole lot of federal government involvement in Lagos development.
True.
Good. So for Kogi happens to be a major part in Nigerian history. Kogi was one of the old, unofficially recognized capitals of this country at a point in time. That was where, in quote, the explorers landed. Now, let's also remember that we've had this particular contract on dredging the Niger. And that dredging in Niger was majorly heading towards Lokoja. before you now get to some part of Niger State. And if Kogi is sitting in the middle of all this, a free trade zone and industrialization of that particular place will help a lot. They are surrounded by the biggest state, biggest landmass in Nigeria, which happens to be Niger State on one side. And on the other side, that is Benue, biggest farmhouse. And Kogi also happens to be one of the mineral-rich states in the country. So if the governor and the people of Kogi State are saying, let us come up with a free trade zone, let us come up with an industrial hub, well, they say when you wake up is your morning. Now it has to go beyond rhetoric. It has to go beyond politics. It has to go beyond campaign gimmicks. Let's see things start moving. Let's see bulldozers start pushing earth. Let's see buildings start coming up. Let's start seeing people get productive. Let's start seeing those particular trainings, and specifically, what exactly are they investing in? What exactly are they looking forward to produce it? What are you selling to somebody to come and invest in? These are things we want to start seeing.
You mentioned
Lagos
free
State
trade zone.
it took a long time, but we can see the result of it right now.
Yes.
So Kogi has to still start from somewhere. That is the template done already. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. Copy and paste.
Copy and paste. You talked about free trade zone in Kogi, but there has to be a lot of business activity going on there if we're going to set that up. So what are the business activities currently going on there?
What are the potentials of the business activities to go on there? Now, Kogi they also have a big herding population in Kogi State.
Okay.
They have a large deposit of limestone. That you see, you don't even need to dig anything as you're crossing that place. And now, the beautiful thing about Kogi State is that water transportation, they have it already. It's just investing in it. Itakwe is there already. The train services are in Kogi already. So they have been blessed somehow. The road network, Kogi is sitting in the middle. If you're coming from the north, you must cross.
Yes, definitely.
If you are going to you must cross.
Yes.
So they are sitting right in the middle. They could just be the Dubai of Nigeria if they want to. Everybody come do business with us. We should do that.
You need a visionary to see all this. That's the truth. Are they seeing the potential that you just listed? They might be seeing it, but are they utilizing it? Are they partnering?
I think SOUQ is blinding a whole lot of people. But now let's
well.
When let's just, God forbid there is a blind spot and SOUQ doesn't come in 3 months. Just the way Lagos woke up.
We'll all salaries now, as usual.
Okay. Let's keep going. We wish Kogi State the best. I want to see them actualize this particular project and not just talk. Let's get to what's happening. Weak oil output. Modular refineries, we are coming for you. Now, there is this particular data out there that they meet 2.3% of Nigeria's diesel demand. Just 2.3%. Now, Nigeria's modular refineries supplied an average of 2.37% of the country's diesel demand between November 2025 and January 2026. Now, according to data compiled from monthly fact sheets of the Nigerian Midstream Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, the figures highlighted the limited contribution of small-scale refineries to domestic fuel needs. Data showed that only 3 modular refineries, that's Watersmith, Edo Refinery, and Aradel, were operational during the period under review. Meanwhile, OPAC and DuPont refineries remained shut throughout the time frame. Industry analysts say the slow supply share underscores ongoing capacity constraint within the modular refining segment, despite government efforts to boost local production and reduce reliance on fuel imports. Okay, now we are having a case where at a point in time, everybody was shouting and clamoring for the modular refineries to be set up, Now, we had a whole lot of licenses that were given out. But what we have on ground does not reflect those licenses. And now for those that are even set up, and we still see that they are not producing optimally.
Well, it's quite interesting, even the one in Port Harcourt that we have invested so much, it's not working. But it's quite interesting. We've talked about this on this table, that when we give out licenses and after maybe 2 to 3 years or 5 years, nothing, let's withdraw that license. I think we need to really enforce that, because why are you giving out licenses? Why are you buying licenses and you're not doing anything and all that? But it amazes me, the oil deposits we have, the crude oil deposits we have in this country, and yet it took just Dangote to do what NNPC could not do or what other refineries could not do. It was just the will and drive. And it's not as if the people in these places don't have the will or drive. So what is the problem? Why can't we just have one? And you know, the funniest thing is we have illegal refineries working.
Do we?
Okay. Then let's stop there. Because it's how did we get here? There was a video I saw like 3 years ago of a reporter talking about how a pipeline was being connected for oil bunkering, and just meters away there's a military checkpoint. So she was saying, how did this happen if there's a military checkpoint just a few meters away? And you could see the pipe, and there's something connecting it here, and here we go. But it's a good thing that there's a lot of reform going on in the oil sector, in as much as there's metering, there's this, there's that. Well, let's just see how it would all end up. Okay. But we have to get something. It's a good thing that apart from Dangote, there are other people still coming up. We just hope that we would get more. If we have modular refineries, why can't even state wake up and do something?
States waking up and doing something? Okay, now
imagine states having their own refineries. Is that too impossible?
Edo refinery is states have some involvement in that. Then also we have other states that are coming up with modular refineries. Abia State is doing that. Abia, I think one other one in Akwa Ibom. But there are several licenses that have been given, just like you said. We should start asking those questions. If you are not developing, then let's withdraw those particular licenses. But for these refineries, another thing I really need to iron out is the issue of competition. If they are coming to the market, they have to sell. Are they going to be competitive with the likes of Dangote, or should they just depend on being able to service their communities? Because that will make it easier for them. But even servicing their communities, with the product coming from the bigger refineries, not come cheaper than what they do. How are they going to source their feedstock? Is the government going to directly give them feedstock, because they can't also compete with the bigger refineries in importing crude if it comes to that? Well,
you just said it's a modular refinery, so you're not expecting large volume from it. So maybe just feeding the community might help. But if they're feeding the community to a particular state, it reduces the pressure on the bigger ones. Well, and it might in some way become a competition, because the bigger ones want to sell everywhere. They don't just want to. They want to sell everywhere. So if they are losing some pattern, they might decide to reduce the price. It might become a price war, which would affect the modular refineries. But you can't expect them to do more than what they can do.
Okay, doing more than what they can do. If possible, well, for some of them, they might also concentrate in specific products. And whatever is left, they now send to another refinery to refine some more or use those other byproducts. But hey, we just want to see this sector work. And as long as this data keep coming up, we'll keep talking about it. And for every other refinery that is being built, no matter how big or how small, let's give ourselves some time frame. 2027, we want to see all these guys up. We want to see
let's even start with one. So I think maybe we should start with the one that has been said to be metered.
That's the flow station. That's drilling. That's crude drilling.
Okay, let's start with. Can we start with the Port Harcourt?
Port Harcourt is federal government refinery. NNPC is federal government refinery. NNPC belongs to the federal government. Right now, as we speak, we have not gotten a direct SOUQ mandate that we are going to keep or we are going to sell. Or we're going to privatize, or we're not
Another
privatizing.
thing I'm also thinking, these refineries have been there for years, which means some of the equipment might be out of date.
The same way they've been there, other refineries are also older than them, and they are still working. They have been doing turnaround maintenance on those refineries. Now, have they been doing it? That is now another question.
Because if these equipments have been there, they can't compete with the Dangote refinery. They can't compete with the equipment that the Dangote refinery would have.
Okay, that's another question finally. Now let's get to this. For those living in Lagos, for those living on the island that work and come from the Lekki-Ekpe-Ajah axis, this particular one concerns you. Lagos State will close the Ekpe-bound Lekki-Ajah carriageway. Now, they are done with the VI carriage side of it. Now, we going to the other side. Lagos State government has announced the closure of the Ekpe-bound carriageway of the Lekki-Ajah Expressway from Admiralty Way Junction to Jubilee Bridge for rehabilitation work. The closure was made on Thursday by the State Commissioner for Transport, Mr. Oluwaseun Oshiemi, via his official X account. Now, the official said the closure is necessary to ensure comprehensive repairs and minimize traffic disruption during the construction. The development allows and follows completion of the Chevron Admiralty stretch of the Lekki-Ajah Road and forms part of ongoing efforts to improve road conditions along the busy corridor, enhance commuter safety, and reduce travel time across the road. It's been over a month, and the stress has been off the roof. For some of us that stay in that corridor, we've lost weight. But nobody, we are still losing weight.
You guys chose to live on the better side of Lagos, so...
Better side of Lagos, you call it?
Well, that's what they say. That's what they call that place, the better side.
Okay.
So,
well, if you get through that place, you get to see the rehabilitation on the one that they've just completed. It was a bit faster than what they said they were going to do. We also want to see more of enforcement as it comes to traffic control as they move to the next one. At least the first 1 month plus should have given us experience on what's going to happen.
Do you think we might need bridges? I mean, a bridge connecting from here straight to Ajah, so those going to Ajah?
Bridges? No.
We don't.
There's nowhere to build bridges from here to Ajah. But there are bridges on that corridor. There is a particular one just by VGC that has been abandoned for a while. I've been waiting for someone to talk about that. But since you spoke about it, let's talk about it. There is a bridge directly opposite what's it called? Not Chevron. Opposite VGC, yeah, Victoria Garden City. The construction is well over 60%, but it's been abandoned for more than 2 years. The governor should please, we beseech you, look into that, because that was supposed to also be a bypass to lessen the traffic on that road, so that cars could go through the backside of Lekki into town. So, dear Governor Sanwo-Olu, you owe us answers. What's happening? Why was that bridge abandoned? We need that's a major construction infrastructure that was abandoned on that stretch.
Well, if there are road repairs, the only thing I would just implore the state is to make sure the traffic management authority try as much as possible to lessen the burden. I can't even imagine the traffic congestion around that area when this road is being closed. But in as much as if you can have alternative routes, if you can have just the authorities try and manage traffic on that route, I think we would. And if Nigerians also, we like to waka about too much. If we can. I know Doc is always saying that we do not need cars. We do not need too much cars on our road. We do actually need cars. We just need a better mode of transportation.
The train on that axis is not working yet. We're not seeing any tracks laid yet. We've not seen any parts being made yet. But we have a BRT that is working. And just some few days ago, the cost of BRT was increased. We think we need to call the BRT operators. And the government is mass transit. That's what it's called. It's mass transit. It's not meant to be as expensive as the public transportation from private sector people.
And it's still cheaper, relatively cheaper than...
It's not relatively cheaper.
If you do the calculation from here to Ajah or from here to the island, compared to the yellow buses.
Now, let's do that calculation. Not if we do that calculation. The BRT before now was charging 750 naira to take you to Ajah. The yellow buses now
1,015.
They don't have a charge.
Okay.
When they wake up, whatever comes to their head is what they charge. So right now, there is this 13% increase.
Yes.
Which means that you are going to pay about 900 plus for that same journey, which is almost bringing you close to what the other buses are also charging for that route. Their BRT, you said?
You enjoy comfort, air conditioning.
What comfort? There is no comfort there. There are no ACs there.
Wow.
So their BRT operators, their government operators, this is supposed to be mass transit, moving people and services across. Now, it's a different thing because they are not enough in the first place. There is no timing for them in the first place. We need improvement because if we say this is a mega city, then it has to work like a mega city. Thank you for where we are, but we just need to do better. The cost is high. The people are going through a lot. The salaries have not increased. So please, let's look at these particular issues. And if it's transport that they will get some kind of leverage and some kind of advantage, please, let's see if we can do that.
I think, well, if the BRT can be, I remember there was a protest also. The Korokwe, the minibuses called Korokwe had a protest and all that. But if the BRT, the 13%, first of all, we need to ask ourselves the 13%, what is the 13% for? Is it because of the cost of fuel or cost of maintenance? I mean, since we now have electric BRT buses, I think the price should even go down, lower.
The price should well go down. If there are some calculations we don't want to go to, but the longer we talk about this, we'll go into it. Every single BRT bus is a standing advertisement board. So where is those monies going to? Those monies should be enough to cater for the buses and pay for whoever is driving.
And how much is the advert?
It's much.
It's a whole lot.
It's much. And also, for the BRT buses, let's look at the number you convey and all that. These are things that most mass transit companies that are government-owned are not profit-driven. Let's start from there. They are not profit-driven. If you can be able to move goods and services, move people around, it's the economy that you are growing faster. You're making jobs, people move faster, to work faster, businesses faster.
Or maybe we should outsource
the government that outsource what?
The BRT.
We are going to get into trouble if we do that, because that is where we are now already. We'll get into trouble. The Lagos State government, you know what to do, and you've been doing right. So we also appeal to you to please step back on this particular increment. We're even looking at you bringing it down. Pump prices have come down. The prices of transport should not go up.
We have electric buses now.
There are two different things. Now let's talk about economic development. Before we hit that particular lever, we'll go on a short break. And when we return, hey, Sanwo-Olu is launching Lagos 3.0, and it's all about investment boosting. Don't go anywhere. When we return, we'll talk some more. This is SBL. We're here.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigerian content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Musk is a visionary entrepreneur leading innovative ventures in technology, space exploration, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. Musk was born on June 28, 1971 to a South African engineer and his mother, a Canadian model and nutritionist in Pretoria, South Africa. Talents for computers and entrepreneurship emerged early, and at age 12, he created and sold a video game. Musk studied physics and economics at Queen's University and the University of Pennsylvania. In 1995, Musk founded Zip2, sold to Compaq for $307 million. He also co-founded X.com, which became PayPal, acquired by eBay for $1.5 million in 2002. Driven by a vision for humanity's multiplanetary future, Musk founded SpaceX in 2002, developing affordable rockets to support International Space Station mission and NASA's Artemis program. He became a major investor in Tesla 2004, launching electric vehicles like Roadster, Model X, and Model 3. Tesla unveiled the Cybertruck, beginning deliveries in 2023. Musk acquired X, formerly known as Twitter, in 2022, aiming to enhance future and transparency. Musk has at least 12 children from multiple relationships, including Justin Wilson, Tallulah Riley, Grimes, and Siobhan Zilis. Through SpaceX, Tesla, and other ventures, Musk shapes technology and innovation globally, and his influence extends beyond business into politics and culture.
Because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ business landscape. Welcome back. This is SBL. Now, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has announced the launch of Invest Lagos 3.0, the state government's flagship international investment platform for 2026, aimed at accelerating structured capital mobilization and expanding cross-border trade. The announcement was made on Thursday during a press conference at the Lagos House Marina. Officials said the summit will attract investors, showcase strategic projects, and provide opportunities for partnership across key sectors of the state's economy. The governor noted that Invest Lagos 3.0 underscores the administration's commitment to fostering economic growth and enhancing the ease of doing business and positioning Lagos as the leading investment hub in Africa. Now, for those that are wondering, the other time when we're talking about Kogi State, Olumide said it depends on who the leadership is and what's the vision and what's the template, what do they have on ground. This is Lagos. We waste a lot of time when it comes to trying to do new things and all that, whereas we can just copy and paste.
Or be friends with
just be friends with whoever is doing the do and succeeding and ask questions. Invest Lagos. Lagos has been able to attract a lot of investment.
Yes.
Both from Nigerians living in the diaspora and from foreigners. There's some particular space right now that you even become scared, like restaurant. You almost have an equal number of Chinese, Lebanese restaurants to Nigerian restaurants. Here in Lagos.
They even have a community, schools and all
that. They are just there and they are not slowing down because the environment is business friendly.
Conducive.
And conducive.
Yeah.
How can we keep this going?
Well, Lagos attracts a whole lot of business. It's a port of entry. It has a whole lot. We have a DC port, we have refinery, we have free trade zone, we have a whole lot of things. And we also, you know, have the best when it comes to. We don't even. Okay, yes, we still have some tourist sites. If you look at the slave camp and all that,
we have a lot of tourist sites.
Yes,
a lot of tourist
sites. So we attract a whole lot. So that alone, you know, is an edge. But also it takes a visionary to see all these opportunities and say we can leverage on this. We can build so much on this. We can, the tax they collect, the revenue they generate, it's a whole lot. So copy and paste should even be easy, should be the easiest thing for other states. But it depends on who the person is. We can be of the same father and have two different ideas or two different paths. That's how I see it. But it's a good thing that Lagos is looking inwards. It's a good thing that Lagos is trying to, support, people and investment and all that. I just hope that there are no bureaucracies, there are not backdoor ends, man no man or whatnot. The people who really should benefit will get to benefit from this.
People who should benefit should get to benefit. Now, that is everybody. Everybody should benefit because when there's a business opportunity, those that benefit are those that know, like we are telling you right now, and taking actions. Now, Lagos 3.0, it's not just a template, but they are showing you this is how and places you can invest. This is how things will work out. These are opportunities available. And please keep your ears and eyes glued to SOUQ News Television because we will bring you all the details. For those that might be shouting Lagos, Lagos, yes, Lagos had a head start. Yes, Lagos had the advantage of landing the Europeans. Yes, Lagos had the advantage of having the state, being the federal government capital. Yes, and still have a whole lot of federal government support. But hey, it's about positioning. How are we aligning from the other subnationals? Then let's always remember this. Don't give yourself too much stress. Copy and paste. Now, we also forget this particular one, human capital. Lagos has boast of the biggest human capital when it comes to Africa. How can other states start attracting that?
We have to also look at why. There's this belief that if you come to Lagos, Lagos is like New York, that if you come to Lagos, you would make it. In fact, you can almost say that if you can make it in Lagos, you can make it anywhere else in the world. Because Lagos brings in competition, Lagos brings in hard work, it brings in a whole lot of things. Business. It's business. Lagos is that state that does not sleep. In Oyo State, Ibadan, by 10, 11 p.m., it's like a graveyard. But Lagos, 12 a.m., you are wondering. Sometimes I've been stuck in a hold-up 11 p.m. to 12 a.m. And you're like, where are all these people coming from? On a Saturday, on a Sunday. That's how busy Lagos. Lagos is busy. 5 a.m., there's already traffic. So it attracts a whole lot of people. That's where you get the human capital. People come from the north, the east, even from southwest here. They all converge in Lagos, and that's why Lagos is also overpopulated. That's why we're having a whole lot of housing deficit and all that. But people just believe that in as much as the cost of living also in Lagos is quite higher than other states, but people there's this fighting spirit that Lagosians have. Fela will say, that Lagos doesn't take nonsense because everybody's just trying to earn a living. And I don't know, there's this promising future that Lagos has, that if you come to Lagos, though that might be an illusion to some extent, because if you really have to work hard and you really have to know your onions and business-wise, you have to make some certain calculations. So Lagos attracts. It's like a magnet, a money magnet, a human magnet, not money magnet, it attracts people. We have people even staying as far as Ogun State, Ibadan. And during the week, they're in Lagos. And by Friday, they go back to Ibadan. They go back to Ogun State. They just believe. And some people will even tell you that, Lagos is the only place where you make the money and you spend it there. But you would, if you talk to 10 people, 5 out of 10 will tell you that, no, you would make your money in Lagos. It's just, Lagos is just that. Because Lagos presents a whole lot of opportunities. Is it the food business? Is it logistics? Is it what not? There are so many opportunities, and there will always be opportunities. Why? Because Lagos is also moving. We are moving. It's fast-paced. It's moving.
Opportunities, and opportunities. We want to see more, and we will keep asking for more. Now, talking about more, INEC, independent INEC. Now, INEC is allocating 12.29 billion for PVC printing ahead of 2027. 2027 election. The Independent National Electoral Commission plans to spend 12.29 billion on printing permanent voter cards. Wait for this. And 500 million naira on hand sanitizers as part of its proposed 873.78 billion budget for the 2027 general elections. The allocation forms a segment of the Commission's broader financial plan to conduct nationwide pools covering logistics, personnel, technology, and election materials. Officials say the PVC printing cost reflect anticipated voter registration updates and replacements ahead of the exercise. The 500 million provision for hand sanitizer signals continued attention to health and safety measures during electoral activities. The overall budget proposal is expected to undergo legislative scrutiny before final approval. Okay, Olumide, if you happen to be in the House and overseeing this particular budget approval, will you put a green pen to these numbers, to these figures?
Well, there are two sides to the coin. For elections to be successful, you must be able to vote. And for you to be able to vote, you must have a permanent voter's card. So we cannot say that this is not necessary.
Okay.
It's essential.
It's
PVC
essential.
is essential. Apart from those who don't have, we still have those who have somehow misplaced theirs, those who can't find theirs and all that.
Okay.
So I think that's where this budget, that's what amounts to this 12.29 billion for the printing. However, 12.29. However,
billion.
we've seen cases whereby people do not get their PVCs.
Okay.
Even before now, we've seen how many PVCs are still in the hands of INEC, and you wonder why.
Okay.
So if that amount is still with them and they're still going forward to print a new one, why not disburse the ones they have now? Because if you still have PVCs, uncollected PVCs, and you're still going ahead to print more, it seems almost like it might be termed as a waste.
Okay.
So how do we ensure that if these PVCs are printed within the space of time before next year, they are collected? Or if we are going to have uncollected PVCs, you should be in the range of maybe 10,000.
Okay.
Or less than 10,000.
Okay. Now, let's talk some maths and some accountability. The last election, even before the last election, we procured machines for card printing. They are not printed outside this country. They are printed in those INEC offices. If it's difficult, we have meeting and printing. So I don't know, we should be able to have agencies that collaborate and work with each other. We should not have a no man's land when it comes to government agencies. If we are looking at being able to be prudent on money spending, voters registration is a continuous exercise, even after elections. Which means you can still go and get your PVC even after election, which people are supposed to do.
Yes.
And they have a budget for that on running year in, year out. Not just an election cycle. I don't know if I'm making sense, if you're listening to me. So now we have 12.29 billion just for PVCs during this election cycle. That is, on my own part, my just think that's a failure already. You can't have this large amount just for printing of voters' card. What happened in the last 4 years after the last election, the last period after the last election? What have they been doing with getting people to get PVCs after the last elections? Not just having this large amount. Okay, now let's break it down. Are they buying new machines for printing? No. It's just majorly going to be maybe the cards, voter cards, or registration, or documentation, or system upgrade. Now, I'm looking at these figures and telling myself that we should get to a place whereby this shouldn't even be our worry at all. Who are we catering for? Okay, those that have lost their cards, those that have turned 18 after the last election.
Yes.
Then also, how do we void cards of those that are late, those that are no longer in the country? These are things we should be able to say, okay, specifics as people that have been given the gift of having heads. They say if brain is given, sense is required. So there are things that we shouldn't really be concentrating on when it comes to this. On that particular budget somewhere, there is a clinic there. It should not be there.
Well, this is even better than the clinic that they were proposing
before. They are
before.
not Ministry of Health. Hand sanitizers, 500 million.
To cover the country, the entire country.
To cover which country?
The entire country.
It's my responsibility to wash my hands. It is not INEC's responsibility. Please, let's be specific.
Oh, well,
if you're going to the polling booth, go there with, if it requires, go there with your own soap. Wash your hands before and after. Let's not start tying down some things that are just going to bloat budget. Nigeria is not Qatar. We're not UAE. We don't have that money. A lot of this money to fund this budget is going to be borrowed. So let's show some prudence.
Well, for the hand sanitizers, I can't really say, but for the PVCs, my own worry is the ones that are still in the hands of INEC. Has it been distributed? Because we've seen cases whereby you will go to a particular center, they will tell you, oh, this is not where your PVC is. Your PVC is here. You will now be roaming around. I mean, we saw the election at FCT where some names were printed out that no PVCs and all that. So just like you said, from 2023 till now, what was happening or what has happened? Why when this? I'm part of the people who misplaced my PVC. I'm trying to get another one. So maybe I fall under the category of the 12.29 billion naira.
But you really need to wait for another election cycle to replace it. I don't know if
I understand.
This is the kind of messages that INEC should have been passing along right from. This is your job. Voters registration is a continuous thing, so it's not just an election cycle thing.
I think that it should be year-round. You should be able to go on their website, fill your name.
Yes, you can.
Of course, yes, you can. And there's a place where you would put the local government or where you want it delivered.
Yes.
And if they've been doing this year-round, I think we would have distributed all.
And, well, we want to see INEC do well, so we'll keep monitoring and we'll keep talking. Now, let's talk more migration issues. Now, the UK have granted 30,204 student visas to Nigerians. Nigerian students are increasingly pursuing higher education in the United Kingdom. 30,204 student study visas were granted in the year ending December 2025. Representing 59% rise compared to 2024. Now, these figures were contained in the last report by the Home Office on UK visa application and outcomes, highlighting sustained demand for British universities among Nigerian applicants. Now, the data places Nigeria among the fastest growing nationalities for UK study visas in 2025, reflecting continued interest in overseas education despite tighter immigration rules and higher living costs. Analysts are saying that the trend underscores the strong academic and migration ties between both countries. Okay. I'm
30,000.
all positive. I'm all positive.
Yes, you cannot say no one should travel out to study abroad or further educations. At the point, I wanted to do that also, but it's only affecting us because it's brain drain for us.
They are going to study?
And I don't think half of them would come back. And let's be realistic, not to try and demarcate ourselves or anything. We know that it's not students that are applying for schools.
A lot of those study are for people that just want to migrate.
Just want to migrate. So,
but they migrate and still better themselves.
Better themselves.
When they better themselves, they send something home at a point in
remittances at some point in time. So,
and at a point in time, they will also return.
To do dirty December.
Okay.
But, you know, I want to also commend, I think, Abia State Governor, he signed a deal with some people to train healthcare professionals, doctors, and all that in the state.
Okay.
I think that's a good one. Because we've, so many times, NAD, NMA, they've come out to strike, protest, talk about their welfare, talk about this and that. I think that's part of the reason why a whole lot of them are just migrating out of the country. It's a whole lot if you look at this brain drain issue. it's a whole lot. What's our education budget? Let's start up from there. They say no country will thrive well if your education budget is low. Is it 15% or 20%? It's up to 20%.
No, it's not. It's not up to 5%.
I mean, that's to tell you where we are at. And if you go to the airport, if you go to MM2 today, the crowd you will see will give you an idea.
We're over 200 million people, and that's just one major international airport. So hey, the crowd is expected.
But you know, in as much as they are granting 30,000
student
visas and all that, you know, they're also tightening rules as to people coming into the United Kingdom. And one of the issue I have is if you know you're not going to grant someone a visa, I think the fees paid for all that should be reduced. You can imagine someone paying.
If you don't grant the visa, then return the money.
Because we are generating a whole lot for them.
I think that's another thing the foreign affairs minister should take up. Visa fees are for visas. So if I pay a visa fee and now I'm refused the visa, no problem. Refund the visa money. That way, we know that yes, it's a win-win for all of us.
The same
then
way.
For all Nigerians out there, we'll do better, we'll get better, we'll learn better, so it doesn't matter where you're migrating to. It's your right. You can go to anywhere you want to.
That's why I like China. They fund you to go and get the knowledge and come back.
Now, they have a policy of by the time you're returning, there is something waiting for you.
Yeah, there's something waiting for you in Nigeria. There's an opportunity waiting for you in Nigeria.
So we also have to get to that particular place where whoever is living should know that there's something waiting for them. But I'm looking at it from this other angle. One major export Brazil does is human capital export. Same thing with Malaysia.
Yes.
Same thing with a lot of Asian countries.
Definitely.
They feel a lot of the hospitality industries in Europe. We should also start looking at it from that angle. Nigerians are in the major health sectors in Saudi Arabia, in the UK, in the IHS, in the United States.
Yes.
The government should take it up as a policy to train medical people and send them there.
I think that's what Abia is doing.
As a direct policy. These are things that other countries do. If you go to the maritime industry, you see a lot of Philippines, your ship captains. If you go into aviation, they are also there. This is a direct government policy. If you go into construction, rail construction, the Chinese have been doing this centuries ago.
Yes.
The rails in the US were built by Chinese.
Yes.
Deliberate government policy. And they've been doing this around the world. So we should also look at that particular one. Okay, human capital is exportable. If Brazil can export footballers, why can't we export medical doctors?
Well, just like you said, there has to be something you look forward to do or get when you come back home. Because if there's nothing, people are selling houses, people are selling their properties just to live via education, via masters and the rest of them. And why are they doing that? Why would you want to sell your property? I always say this, that if I have that kind of money, I would not leave the country. If I have that kind of money.
The government can look, this is us here now from SOUQ News. Government, this is also a gold mine. We can't just be exporting crude. We can also export human capital development. They do that to us. A lot of the oil industry experts and the IOCs that come from other countries, they send their taxes back home.
Yes.
Please mind that. The same thing happened to a lot of other people from different countries. We can train medical personnel and export them out, and they send their tax back this way. It's possible. Very possible. Now let's talk about market access. Market access. Now, Nigerian agricultural exports face 30% rejection rate abroad. Now, Nigerian agricultural export reportedly is facing a 30% rejection rate in international market, with Sesame Street recording the highest level of refusal, raising concerns about quality standard and market access. The disclosure was made by Dr. Ufon Udofia, Executive Secretary of the Institute of Export Operations and Management Nigeria Limited, during a capacity building program. Now, according to the News Agency of Nigeria, experts said the high rejection rate underscores the need for improved compliance with global export standard, better processing techniques, and enhance oversight to protect Nigeria's reputation and boost foreign earnings from agricultural sector. Now, this stems from the fact that when it comes to monopoly, we don't play strong. When it comes to politics of product, we don't play strong. When it comes to politics of interest, Nigeria is not on that table. Now, if we happen to be adding more value to our raw materials,
there you go.
We won't be having this sort of stories here.
Yes, we won't.
Because they won't even have enough to take from us, because we'll add more value and now sell the value-added products to them.
It's quite
Where are we missing it?
Well, we're missing a whole lot. Just like you said, value-added chain. We have a whole lot of raw things in this country, resources, but we just export them. And what we are getting back, we export them, they are refined, they are produced into this thing, and they bring it back, and we buy it twice or thrice the amount. That's where we're at right now. And I think Doctor said something when him and I were conversing, that until we start to have some form of collaborations with other countries, inspections, or like take for instance the FDA of the United States come to Nigeria, partner with our own probably SON, and okay, this is our own standard. This is our own standard. How do we collaborate?
Nice.
How do we merge that? Okay, so that whatever we take outside would meet quality standard, because we don't have quality control in Nigeria. Let's just be.
We do. We do.
Standard organization, or
we do. Enforcement is the issue, but the standards are there.
The standards are there.
The ISO standards are there.
Are there. Okay, so let's say the enforcement is the issue. So what's causing the enforcement not to work? So, but like I always say, it's a whole lot that is involved. It's really a whole lot. Until we start to actually put that 30% value chain on what we do, I don't think we're going to get anywhere. We can't, and it's quite interesting that a whole lot of these things, they come to Nigeria, they take it back, turn it into finished goods, and bring it back. Our own thing, like Gary and the rest of them, and they bring it back for us to sell. Palm oil, bring it back. Even fish. And we have a blue economy. Yet we're importing fish, stockfish, the rest of them. It's until we start to take value-added chain. It's very serious that it would. We're looking at not depending on oil. We're looking at non-oil exports. This is the way to go. Until we start to. So now, how many players do we have on ground? That's where we now have to look at. How many players do we have on ground? What can the government do to support them? To say, okay, fine, let's add some value to it. We have cocoa. How do we convert it to chocolate? How do we convert it to other things? We have cashew. We have palm oil. Nigeria is about the largest producer of palm oil.
In Africa.
But where are we?
We're still in Nigeria. Okay, to the farmers, we always want to see your economy grow, because most times when a lot of these decisions and policies are made, they are made in those big, good offices. But your participation most times are not always there. For farmers of sesame seed, for farmers of other oil seeds, one major issue has always been that of pesticides. A lot of the pesticides used on this side of the world is banned outside. So we will also be looking at where are the local governments, where are the extension workers, where are those that are supposed to be on ground assisting the farmer. And for the farmer that just wants to sell after harvest, how can we cater and have boards that can buy off this person so that he does not sell at a loss, or doesn't even have where to sell at all, and the middleman comes and takes this off of them. We want to see things work so that the person can go back to the field and plant next time. But most importantly, this administration is looking for ability to do 30% value addition on all produce before we talk about exportation. But now, before we say 30%, who is going to invest in that? It's me, it's you. It's us that will have to push ourselves to do that investment for us to achieve that. We'll go on a very short break, and when we return, we'll be talking pension administration, we'll be talking PENCOM, we'll be talking monies. I'll be talking the market, where this money is going to. Don't go anywhere. SBL will be right back.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigerian content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their stuff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Hello, Lagos. Make we yarn.
This POS matter don't pass Joko. Person go swipe, alerts no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
They use fake alert the warriors.
Okay, so wanna listen, If you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbefi. They don't walk Gaba road where they warrior for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what? Development with the work. It deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Uyemike, aka Ogbefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigerian content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their stuff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape. Welcome back. It's still SBL and we are live. Remember, go to all social media platforms and follow us. It's SOUQ News Television. Follow us, like, and most importantly, share. Let your friends, let your family, let your co-workers know. Just keep sharing. Now let's get straight to PENCOM. Now, PENCOM revises pension investment rules to boost equities. The National Pension Commission has recently released a revised regulation on pension asset investment, allowing pension funds administrators to increase equity allocations across 4 retirement savings account fund categories. Now, while the adjustments may appear technical, analysts say it carries significant applications for Nigeria's capital markets by potentially increasing liquidity and supporting stock market growth. At its core, the revision gives PFAs greater flexibility to deploy funds efficiently, enabling improved portfolio performance and more strategic investment decisions. Experts believe the change could encourage deeper market participation and enhance returns for retirees across the country. Okay. This particular news early this week gave the market a real big boost. A lot of people just came into the market and the market just went, just one single news, and the market just went green. Now we are seeing a revised policy where, hey, good and fine, more monies and more leeway has been given to PFAs to invest some more. Are we going to see bigger capitalization? Are they going to take more risk?
Well, we should. If you look at the capital market, insurance is doing well. So one would expect naturally that have a ripple effect. That means we should have different packages. Insurance should be everywhere, should be on the street. They should have a whole lot of people into their fold and try and market different packages, because when we talk about insurance, we're not just talking about car or this or that. There are so many insurance. We have education, we have that. So I feel that they should open up the floodgates of heaven, like I always say, for people to have access into it. Because if you're doing well in the capital market, I mean, that should ripple down or that should translate into expansion and all that. So, well, let's just see how it goes.
Let's just see how it goes. But now let's talk about the pension monies that have been saved via pension, and those particular monies are in pencoms. And now pencoms they have the leeway of investing most of those monies. Are the days of owing pensioners gone? Are the days of government and we
dipping its hands?
Thank you very much. Are those days gone?
Well, it should be gone. I believe in this administration. It should be gone. I've always said that.
Gone from federal government or from state level?
Tricks, please don't put words into my mouth. I don't know. But I believe it should be gone. There are a whole lot of reforms. I mean, if we're doing bonds and all that, we do not need to dip hands into pension anymore. If that's what the federal government is planning to do, okay, fine. Well, we need money to do some capital projects, and let's offer Nigerians bonds. Let's sell bonds so that we can get money. Then we shouldn't be going into pension. I'm always an advocate of that. If I have to be saving certain money, or if money is going into pension for 30 years, I mean, why not go into a whole lot, why not invest in a whole lot of things so that after retirement, I'm getting a whole lot more than I bargained for. You could even go as far into the capital market and all that. So it's not just, but then again, of course, you have to give consent, because it's not everybody that wants that. But imagine if half, let's not be far-reaching. Let's say a quarter of your pension is being invested for years, for about 10 years to 20 years. So by the time you are retiring, you have something really good. But whether the days of owing pensions, people dying, trying to get their pension and all that, I think until we start to send some of these administrators to the correctional facilities, we will not get there. But I think that's the way to go for now.
Okay, a lot of those profits are going to be made by the pencoms, because they are the ones that will be investing this money on your behalf. Will they give you some profits? Yes, if they will. But a lot of the profit goes to the pencom companies.
Yes.
And they declare profit at the end of the year, and the CEOs, well, let's not get
smile home.
Let's see what's happening with management. Now, the Senate is urging FG to revert to direct MDA contractor payments. Direct MDA contractor payments. We saw a lot of protests happen last year from contractors that have been owed for a very long time. Now, the Senate has urged the federal government to revert to the previous payment system that allowed ministries, departments, and agencies to pay contractors directly, citing inefficiencies in the current centralized arrangement. The call was made by the Senate Committee on Finance during an interactive section with the federal government economic management team led by the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Mr. Wale Edu. On Thursday, senators said the current system has contributed to delays in settling verified obligations, undermining project delivery and contractor confidence. They recommended a review of payment processes to ensure timely disbursements and smoother execution of government contracts across sectors. Okay. The days where we get to see contractors being paid by agencies, ministries, and co, all of a sudden we now say, okay, good, then fine. Everybody come to the center. The center will pay you after verification. A lot of that particular was stemming from issues of contracts or jobs not being well executed, corruption within the ministry, and
of
all
course.
That. But now, if we start weighing it side by side, delay in payment and approvals, and what they were trying to curb in the first place, should we stay where we are, or we should go back to the arrangement of whoever does the deal or whoever signs the deal does the payment?
There are two sides to the coin. I mean, we saw what happened in Abuja, the whole protest with our very own minister and how Falana had to come in. I don't know whether the case has been resolved or not and all that. There are two sides to the coin. Paying them directly, it's a good one. I think it speeds up payment. A whole lot of bottlenecks might be avoided. But transparency is where I'm going to. Because if you say they should pay them directly, the MDA should pay them directly, how transparent would that be? You were here, doctor was here the other time when I was talking about Sheyi Makinde and the whole racketing going on with contractors, how they inflate prices and how they get kickbacks and all that. I think that's part of the reason why that was halted and now we have the centralized payment, because there's a whole lot of racketeering, there's a whole lot of corruption going on there. So if you leave some of these ministries to pay them directly, we know what they are capable of. Not all of them, but we know what they are capable of. You might pay them half or inflate the price, and that's where we have roads, projects that are not... You talked about a particular bridge that hasn't been completed and all that, what is really going on. So direct payment is good. It's efficient. But because of the corruption that is embedded in all this, I would say if we are able to get to the point of accountability and transparency, publish the names of the people who have been paid and those who have not been paid, the very last to the kobo. Because it would be very embarrassing if a particular ministry said he has paid a particular contractor and he comes out on social media and says that I've only been paid. We've seen a whole lot of that happen. So centralized payment, there's a whole lot of bureaucracies in terms of accreditation and all that. But I look at the way Obasanjo said, talked about democracy, is we should not practice democracy, we should practice our own democracy. So let's practice what works for us. What can work for us? What can tackle corruption is what we should be looking at. If direct payment is still not going to tackle corruption, then I say no, let's not do it.
Okay. If we still have bottlenecks in direct payment, and we should just stick with the centralized payment that we're doing right now.
Yes.
Okay. As long as it's transparent.
As long as it's transparent. Both are transparent.
As long as both are transparent. Okay, now let's get to energy management. The Manufacturing Association of Nigeria, they are saying that maintenance gaps is driving factory energy loss by 15%. Now, the association of they are saying that maintenance lapses account for between 10 and 50% of energy waste in factories, with most facilities lacking sub-metering systems required to effectively track consumption. Now, this finding emerged from the cleaner production assessment conducted across 42 industries in 4 geopolitical zones. The results were presented at the National Stakeholders Sensitization Workshop on ISO 5001 and ISO 14001 standard held in Lagos on Thursday. Stakeholders said the gaps highlight inefficiencies in industrial energy management and underscores the need for improved monitoring system and enhance to international standards to enhance productivity and reduce operational costs. Operational cost is always one major thing that we are having issues here, because the same product being produced outside this country is coming in here cheaper, majorly because of operational cost.
Yes, and power.
Power being one big headache in that particular production line. Now we are seeking nationally, how can we get factories to produce more products with less cost? But man is saying that, hey, 15% of the energies that we pay for in factories are lost. They will now start talking issues of, okay, how much do we even pay in the first place? Then this goes to say that we are not paying enough. Then where is the power for factories in the first place? There's a whole lot of things that we have to deal with. But for those that are operating in industries, is there a way that we can all come together and say, okay, good and fine, let's provide solutions as a nation for the industries?
Profile solutions. I remember a particular organization I worked for, the bill that came in that year was about ₦1 million.
For the year or for the month?
For the month, rather. That year was ₦1 million. And we were wondering that we are not baking. We're not producing. We don't have big machines. So where's this? So we decided that, okay, internally we would manage the use of electricity, turn off air conditioners. If an office is empty, turn off every other appliances there. And we tried that. And, well, it reduced slightly because, yes, we were getting estimated billing. And until we had to...
Estimated billing? There was no metering?
No.
Oh.
It wasn't prepaid, actually.
Okay.
So we had to contest that, and then as came, they inspected, which I think they've not done before.
Okay.
So probably they just had this idea that, oh, big house, big company, they must have machines. They must. So when they came and checked, then the bill we were getting was half.
Of what came earlier?
Of what came earlier. So that's one major issue.
Instead of getting the bill, why not metering?
Exactly. There was another company that I worked with. The accountant was so angry that he even, because I'm close to him, he showed me the bill cost for diesel. Diesel, side by side with electricity. And he says, is it not preferable to run on diesel than pay what we are getting from these discos? This is what companies are actually going through.
Okay.
And that is why a whole lot of them are resulting to solar. So solar is one of the solutions now.
But you would really need a full solar farm to be able to power some kind of industry.
A flat ceiling or a big space, a car park. So what they do is they look at the car park, they build a shed on the car park and load it up with solar panels. On the roof, they load it up. So what they do is during the day, maybe in the morning, just to get the office running till about 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock. They're on, if there's power, they're on power or diesel. Then after that, from that time till about 4 or 5, they're on solar.
Yeah, but there are some particular industries that are serious power driven.
Serious power driven. The
So
baking,
if you have
baking and all that, and you're producing.
If you have to run those machines, you will need a high energy producing equipment. We are really of the option that we need solutions for manufacturing. And that think tank is not just about money. Yes, discos have to make money. Yes, power generating companies have to make money, but we cannot produce without power. And we cannot give power at a cost that companies cannot be. They cannot compete with products coming from outside their own environment. That's an issue. So all this we have to put that on the table and resolve one way or the other.
There's some offices. I mean, there are some offices you will go to until they have customers or clients. They don't put on power. They switch off everything. I mean, we went for a photo shoot the other day. There was no light. There was nothing to. They switched off everything. It was when we came in and they were sure that okay, they were going to provide certain services for us that particular time. That's why they switched on power. So that's how bad it is. I know my dry cleaner will tell you that, okay, if you're going to pay, this is how much you're going to pay, this is how much. Why? Because they're on band A. And you're wondering why all this. In some parts of the state, in this particular state, they are shedding light. In my area, we're shedding light and we're on band A. And maybe, just maybe when we start to sue some of these discos, maybe they would sit up, but we might all inadvertently bankrupt them.
Okay, we will work together. We will sit and we will work together, and things have to work. We don't have another place to run to. We don't have another option but to make industries operational and also get the discos operational, because everybody needs to be operational. My name is SOUQ. I want to say thank you for being with us from Monday to today, Friday, to everyone that has played in the stock market, NGX. Hey, well done. Let's keep talking and let's keep pushing that narrative that is open for all players. And to everybody that has made this production work, from those in the MCR, thank you very much. From those behind the cameras, From our sound people, thank you very much. We are grateful. The editors too, we are grateful. To management, we are grateful. Want to say, let's do this again next week. But between now and next week, be the best version of you. Take some rest. Reach out to family, friends, and have a good time. Do this. Be nice.
It's been a pleasure. Because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigerian content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemiWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development. Welcome to Cashcraft, where opportunities meet insight. Today, we're journeying into the field of prosperity where towering oil palms wave not just leaves, but the promise of wealth. From the humid groves of Edo to the rich red earth of Delta, a quiet boom is unfolding. Though has been there for many years, but we could take advantage of this. This is one opportunity that holds the key to food security, foreign exchange savings, and thousands of jobs. Yes, we're talking about palm oil, Africa's red gold. But how do you tap into this opportunity? What does it take to build a business around palm oil, from plantation to profit? Let's break it down, step by step. 1. Understand the landscape. The first step is knowledge. Nigeria's oil palm production has risen by over 41% in the past decades, from 8.2 million metric tons in 2014 to 11.6 million in 2023, according to the Food and Agriculture Organization. Yet, with over 200 million mouths to feed and rising global demand, we are still importing palm oil to close the gap. That's your opportunity to become a local producer or processor. Step 2, choose your entry point. There are 3 main ways to enter into the palm oil value chain. Palm plantation farming. Cultivating your own palm trees is long-term but rewarding. Now you can look at processing. Buying palm fruits, popularly known as banga, I'm sure you know that, and converting it into oil with machines. That's another one. And trading. You can buy and sell finished oil in local or export markets. Each has different startup costs and time frames, so you must match your capital, patience, and passion. Before I go further, remember that this is not a professional guide, rather a wake-up call that there are opportunities everywhere. Now let's go to step 3. get land or source supply. According to research, some initiatives like the Edo Oil Palm Development Program, EOPDP, and Delta State Delcom scheme are making access to land to become easier. Findings shows that in Edo State, over 114,000 hectares have been allocated to both big and small investors, and over 65,000 hectares have already been accessed. In Delta, 130,000 hectares have been provided by communities under a cooperative model, with over 3,000 smallholders farmers already on board. Even if you can't own land, you can start small by sourcing fruit from cooperatives or leasing a small processing space. Of course you can. Now let's move to 4. Know the cost and time frame. It costs between $7,000 to $8,000 to cultivate 1 hectare of palm from nursery to maturity, but it takes about 3 to 4 years for the trees to start yielding. If you want quick returns, processing and trading may be better. You can buy a small-scale palm oil milling machines for 1.5 million to 3 million naira, or even less if you join a cooperative or lease. So let's go to step 5. Invest in knowledge and market access. Join farmer cooperatives like those in Delcom. They give access to training, markets, and funding. You can also link up with established companies like Presco and Okomo Oil. I'm not marketing, but it's a way to tell you that, look, there are opportunities everywhere. All of these are listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange. Step 6, think sustainability and value addition. Palm oil is not just for stew and soup. Yeah, think big. You can produce refined oil, cosmetics, biodiesel, and export-grade products. Investors are already joining this, and governments are backing it. You can do your research. There is also growing interest in eco-friendly farming and traceable supply chains. If you do it right, foreign buyers will come looking. Palm oil may have its controversies, but in Africa, especially in Nigeria, it is heritage, it is economy, it is future. The rise of Edo and Delta as palm oil giants is not just about hectares or harvest. It is about people creating jobs, reducing imports, and saving foreign exchange. If you are looking for a business with cheap roots and wide branches, palm oil may just be your calling. This has been Cashcraft, your guide to turning ideas into income. I am Grace Komalafe. Join us again next time, and remember, the ground beneath your feet might be your next big break. See you again. From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemiWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
I was in Nigeria up until SS1 third term, SS2. And after that, I moved to France where I did my A-levels. And then after that, I moved to England where I did my undergrad, and then my master's I did in America. And European culture is European culture, right? For me, it's actually quite interesting because I learned so much more about Africa outside Africa, right? Because in the education I had in secondary school, there wasn't really much focus on our history or the greatness that Africa was. It almost seemed more like propaganda history, that our history pretty much just started slightly before colonization, and everything else we've become is either our journey to independence and carrying on the system that we're left with, right? Fortunately, schooling abroad brought this Afrocentric idea into my consciousness. Books about researchers that showed our history that goes all the way back to ancient Egypt, Timbuktu, the great empire of Mali, learn about people like Mansa Musa, connecting migrations from what is present-day Nigeria in the southwest up until the Nile Valley, and the different movements, migration patterns that happened between those two civilizations, right? Aside that, governance, giving one a higher expectation of what one should expect from government, giving one a higher expectation of what democracy should be or what it should look like, because you can't really operate outside of what you've been exposed to. You know, when the mind has been expanded, it cannot go back to its former size, right? And experiencing what quality education is like, experiencing what good governance is like, experiencing a health system that works, a health system that is checking on people before they get sick because they know that on the long run that will keep the cost of healthcare coverage lower. Preventative medicine as opposed to constantly solving problems as they're happening. Understanding the value of data, data-driven policy, and how all these come together to create a system that works and that people can thrive in. Understanding the value of people paying taxes, right? And the services they get in return of those taxes. I think these are some of the things that I got from my exposure schooling abroad. And then when I moved back to Nigeria, I did my NYSC, and then I started working. I worked in some architecture firms while also running mine and getting some projects, and then went into business. And then when I wanted to go into politics, after leading a GMO campaign alongside other notable patriotic Nigerians, I decided that, you know, experiencing leading a 2,000-man march on the Senate and understanding how they responded to us, which in my opinion did not show people that actually prioritize the well-being of their people, I felt that it's important to go into politics. Okay, so I ran for student council president in high school and won. So politics that way, yeah, you can say since I was 19, having an idea, having the manifesto and selling that idea, understanding problems and proffering solutions and implementation strategies. Yeah, so I can say 18, 19. When I came back and after the GMO, for those that don't know, genetic modified foods, we led a 2-year campaign against the Ministry of Agriculture that was chaired at the time by Akinwumi Adesina to prevent the adoption of genetic modified foods in Nigeria. And that process, engaging with politicians and our representatives, I felt that Nigerians deserve better. And I'm not one to just complain and point fingers or tweet on social media. I believe if you engage in something, you need to see it all the way. So I ran for local government chairman. But before that, I actually went to UNILAG and got a master's in research and public policy. Now, I had some very brilliant professors without a doubt, some very, very brilliant professors. People like Professor Jikutu, people like Professor Logbenla, Onoha, a number of very brilliant people. But at the same time, in relation to the level of organization, there's still a way to go, you know. And I think this also comes down to funding our universities properly, ensuring that our professors are well paid, ensuring that we have enough professors, because a lot of our professors, they are taking so many classes with so many students, and they have to bring in their A game to all of these things. We need to prioritize education a lot more in this country, you know. Nigerians are some of the most brilliant human beings in this world. Brilliant, and I'm talking, I just named 3 different countries that have operated in terms of education. And then there are some other 4 countries that have done work in and I currently have interest in. And Nigerians are there and they are doing wonderful things, right? So we are an intelligent group of people. What we need are the structures and organization that create an enabling environment for us to thrive. I mean, think about what it takes to be successful in this country today. Think about what it takes to be successful in Lagos. Now, imagine a government that puts everything in place and is more like a partner than, you know, this person that's just trying to take from you, right? You would experience an exponential increase in wealth. I think that a person that values education must have had a very good education. If you don't value education, it's a reflection of your own education. I can't think of somebody that's experienced good education that will not prioritize education, because you will know the power of education. And this goes to show when we talk about how it's okay for someone with a NEPA certificate to be our president, and we see the ruin that it brought Nigeria to, or a person that's using lawyers to hide the certificates, right? It will reflect in the quality of your education. So I feel that we need to start demanding more from people that aspire to lead us. Go and look at the quality of education that the leaders of America got. They either went to Yale or Harvard or recently Princeton, Ivy League schools. The top of us have to lead. This idea that you can just pick anybody to lead you to where? This person is like this with you. Where is he leading you to? What vision is this person bringing that is outstanding? Your leader should be outstanding. He cannot be, or she cannot be part of the flock. You understand? They must be outstanding, either in their strength of character. So you look at America when they want to select their president, George Washington. Why? Because when there was war, the man stood in front. He was a leader. Intelligence, he was a leader. These were people that were inventors. Benjamin Franklin. These were people that were inventing things. They were not just thought leaders. They were on ground. They were policy leaders. They were kings in their own right. It was not a commoner. And I don't mean commoner in the sense of money. You see, people think it's just about money. No, it's about what are your values? What are you willing to stand for? What do you stand for? Right? If the wind blows, you just move to the place that favors your pocket. You clearly don't have a backbone. So how can you lead? And people will say, okay, they just want somebody that they can associate with. Yes, but associate with in what way? In poverty and failure and mediocrity, or in success and a vision that benefits you, your family, and your children, and the greater society, right? Because if you think about it, I say this thing in most interviews I do. My father tells me that his father told him that Nigeria was better in his day. My father told me Nigeria was better in his day. My father graduated, there were jobs, you could get a car, like only the man had to work, the wife could be a housewife, and they were comfortable. They don't need to steal, to travel, to go on holiday, right? He came into that quality education. There was public education, right? His father was a judge. his father's driver who sent his child to the same school as his boss's son. And they got quality education. Now, I can tell my children that I remember a time when Nigeria was better. When I would change 1 million naira and get 4,000 pounds. I can barely get 1 million naira now with 500 pounds. Do you understand? So it's perpetually in a nosedive. And why is that? Lack of continuity in quality leadership and visionary leadership, right? No leader that is truly focused on creating a Nigerian identity that celebrates our uniqueness and our differences and sees that as a resource as opposed to something that divides us, right? People that are traveling to the UAE, they are going there to enjoy the culture. And this culture is old, it's ancient, but they've repackaged it. That makes people want to come and visit, want to come and spend their hard-earned money there, right? And this is the visionary type of ideas I'm talking about that will create jobs, right? Well, you know, it's a very interesting one. I grew up in a Nigeria where I went to ISL, and speaking traditional languages was called, there's a word for it, starts with C, not vernacular, there was something else. There's another word, it starts with a C. You could not do that. It was against the school rules, right? And you get punished for that. And then even at the time, there was this whole idea of this person, this is local. Like young people, I remember young people saying that is local. The people were not interested with identifying with Nigerian music. Then it was hip hop, it was about Biggie, Puff Daddy, you know, international music. I'm sure I'm betraying my age now. Well, my age is not 80 now, 42. But I'm talking about the time where nobody was wearing trad. We grew up seeing our parents wearing suits, trousers and shirts, you know. And like I said, I don't feel that the education that we got in Nigeria really laid any foundation for you to look deeper into our history, into our culture. And I know this now because I've experienced education elsewhere. And I know how the British lay emphasis on their history. So that even if you're an art student or a science student, you had an in-depth knowledge of the history of your people. And this history is not just a linear one. It's one that is connecting different events and moments and always trying to show your people to be great, right? So you see the British will hide the idea of the part they played in slavery and enslavement. It will not be prominent in the history, but where they conquered or where they uprooted slavery from the African continent, the role they played in doing that will be highlighted, right? That is curated. Now you might say that's not right, it's not fair, but they're programming their citizenry. And that is what a thinking government will prioritize. Same thing with America, right? So I don't really feel we had that in our education system. But then there was an Afrocentric awakening that happened later on. And this had also happened earlier. The kind of thinking that informed people like Nnamdi Azikiwe when he traveled to America, the kind of thinking that informed Fela Anikulapo Kuti when he traveled to America, or even to England, where he met Afro-British people that knew the histories of Africa, that awoken that idea in him, in Fela, in Nnamdi Azikiwe, in a number of Africans, in Kwame Nkrumah, right? They didn't get it at home, they got it elsewhere, and they came and they brought that, we are African, we are great, black is beautiful, you know? And when you open that doorway, it then starts to lead you into understanding your culture more, understanding the depth of it. You see, and it's not our fault, right? We're conquered. Our kings were removed. At least the kings that had the courage to fight, they were removed. They were exiled. Some were killed. Our people were kidnapped. With the collaboration of some Africans, our people were kidnapped and sold. Some of the strongest men were kidnapped and sold. So you have diaspora cousins and everybody outside of the country. The few that were saved, you know, were brought back. But you now had a situation of religion. And unfortunately, the religion that came through in partnership with colonization pretty much said to us that everything that we were before them was bad, was evil, was demonic. So you have a people that claim that they are from a certain tribe, speak the language, but the depth of the thinking they associate with being evil. So there's still a significant level of identity crisis that we struggle with. And you don't really see that with Indians who were colonized by the British. You don't really see it with the Chinese who also dealt with their own level of colonization, nor the Japanese, right? And you see, understanding your identity or crafting your identity as a people, because China, as we're seeing it today, was not just monolithic. It was not just one group of people. There are huge, different groups of people all over China, different tribes, but they were united by a visionary king. Similar thing happened in Japan, right? Similar thing happened in England, right? In England, you had part in what you call England, or what was Great Britain or England at the point. You had the Welsh, you had the Scottish, you had the Irish, right? You know, and they were united at the point by a conqueror, right? So sometimes you also craft identity. Sometimes identity is created by facing a threat that is bigger than all of you independently. So you have to come together to face that. And sometimes it's just visionary leadership, right? You see visionary leadership in Singapore with Lee Kuan Yew. We saw that creates an identity that you can be proud of. Like there is no China man now, or even if there are very few that will not be proud of China and not want to be associated with the bigger identity of China as opposed to their identity as a tribe, because China is so great and it pays you to be associated with it. It is when there's a failure in that bigger identity that people recoil back to their smaller identity, right? And that's what you find going on in a lot of places. But all in all, yeah. I think the government, you see, what has happened is because we've had governments or politicians that don't really have a vision to sell, they rely on selling division. Because the classic divide and rule strategy. If you have a vision, you want to sell a vision and unite people. Visions unite people, right? So you sell a vision, so people unite behind the vision. When you don't have vision, so you sell the vision so that people can be separated. When you separate people, it's easier to rule over them. And you see that has happened significantly from the last election, right? And you then see in how the government has ruled this country. Significant nepotism, significant levels of corruption, significant levels of lack of transparency or accountability. You see that the government is very extractive without really paying any attention to being accountable to the people they want to extract from. You see that they talk about stopping subsidy payments. And there was a hope that those monies that would have otherwise been used for subsidies would have been put to make life easier for the Nigerian. Life is not easier for the Nigerian. Inflation rates are at an all-time high, right? Insecurity is at an all-time high. For the first time in decades, we're having a foreign country bombing our land, our territory, which is an indictment on the failure of our security system. And you think about how much money is spent on these things, on our army, on our military, that goes unaccounted for. And you see how corruption is rewarded by ambassadorial appointments. So there's a lot of politicking as opposed to governance. And it is in quality governance, creating excellence in governance, where you are moving away from personalities to institutions, and people are now normalizing an excellent standard of service, right? So it's no more about the personalities, about the quality of governance. Once that starts to be ticked, right, people will start to embrace the idea of Nigeria. When Nigeria is playing football, nobody is saying that man is from this tribe, this person is from this tribe, especially if we are doing well. Everybody wants to be associated with that greatness that is Nigeria. When I finished school, I'm telling you, I went to a school where you did not have to leave the school to get the best jobs. Those companies came to do interview on campus. And I'm saying that myself and all my friends that were Nigerian were rushing to move back to Nigeria. It's not that we did not have the jobs or the potential jobs. We were so excited about Nigeria at the time under President Obasanjo, what he had achieved, the quality of his governance, the quality of his ministers, that there was a significant fear of missing out. And so many people, and I tell this to young people today, that there was a time where people were rushing back from countries like America, from England, and they can't imagine it, So it's about creating good governance, creating excellence in governance, and everybody wants to be associated with success and greatness. There was a time where we had governments that were very empathetic to the common man. They were welfarist to an extent. Governments like Alhaji Lateef Jakonde. And that was really the ideology of Obafemi Awolowo. It was very welfarist. So civil servants did not have to hustle for housing. They had quality housing in prime areas. Affordable housing was a priority. It was prioritizing the people that were the middle class, that were the working class. That is the role of government. But you find that now government is more fixated on producing properties or being involved in properties for the rich. Whether it is how they are allocating land, whether it is in how they are sand filling. I mean, how many Nigerians can afford to live at Eko Atlantic? I read this year where they were proudly talking about how they're sand filling and reclaiming land in some parts of Lagos for housing. But by the time you've done all of that, your unit cost will be so significant that no average person will be able to afford to live there. Meanwhile, we have huge tracts of land in Ojo, Amuwo, Badagry, Ikorodu, Ekpe, Ibeju-Lekki, that we can channel proper urban planning, bring in industries there, and focus on creating infrastructure that makes people want to live there. And then creating local governments that are independent in themselves. So most of the major services you need are in there. So nobody's going from Ikeja to Yaba for school. These are things that cause traffic. It's like the boroughs in London. You cannot even get into a borough outside of where you pay your council tax. Why? Because your taxes are used to fund the schools in that community. So it's a direct correlation. So your child can get into schools in the immediate vicinity of where you live. And that local council is doing their best to create affordable housing, council flat, and unemployment benefits, things like that, from the taxes. You understand? And that's what is missing significantly here. You've talked about flooding. Flooding is tied to our drainage systems and it's tied to our waste disposal systems and waste management systems, right? That in itself is also tied to the traffic that we have, especially in rainy season. It's also tied to traffic outside of rainy season because if your water is not draining properly, it's destroying your roads. That's how we then get potholes. That also causes traffic. That also spoils cars, which then leads to cars breaking down the road, which then leads to traffic. So it's an entire holistic system that must be solved in a holistic way. And there's a famous saying that you can never solve a problem from the same headspace or mindset in which that problem was created. You must step out of it to solve that problem. So this problem must be solved in a holistic way. Why are our gutters still open? All these are our elites, they're not even elite. Our politicians, our political leaders, they travel abroad. Shibu, our president, has gone to, I think he's gone somewhere to Europe and then the Middle East. I'm sure he's not seeing open gutters when he goes to Dubai, right, or England or France, right? I'm sure he knows of the proper drainage systems in these places, right? So we need to do better as a people. I even think it's wrong to use Lagos as a mirror. You cannot compare Lagos to any other state in this country. Lagos, first, was the water-facing arm for the Benin Empire at a point, which was very powerful at a point. It was, aside from the Awori and children of Olofin that came and settled it, the monarchy was from Benin, and it was a water-facing arm of the Benin Empire. Then Lagos then received all the influx of Europeans that came in for colonization. Lagos was the port in which Nigeria was formed. There was a time where all politics in Nigeria happened in Lagos. Everybody from all over came to Lagos. Think about the level of exposure. Think about the level of development from back then. Think about the level of commerce, level of finance from back then. Then you now had influx of returnees that had either paid for their freedom or people that were saved, that were never enslaved and got education in Sierra Leone, because that was where the first secondary school was, and came back. I'm talking about people like Samajai Crowder, grandfather of Herbert Macaulay, Henry Carr, H.O. Davis, and so many others that literally laid the foundation for the freedom and independence that we then got later on. Think about the intellectual capital that came in here. Think about all the skill sets that came into Lagos, the buildings that were built, the level of development, the amount of resource that came into Lagos with that. Then after that, Lagos then became this capital. Think about all the investments that came with that, all the infrastructure that was created by the Nigerian state before it now relocated to Abuja. And then today, Lagos is now the commercial capital. Most companies that exist in this country have their headquarters here. So it's extremely unfair to compare. Lagos State is like that child that has been blessed and blessed and blessed. You know, it's like all the other children were on the farm and all the prophets were just coming and blessing and blessing and blessing. It's not fair to compare Lagos to any other state. It cannot be compared. But yes, that's the one side of the coin. The other side of the coin is the extreme need for infrastructure, right? Which, I mean, we have huge IGR because of the human beings that are here. So those money should be put into creating infrastructure for them to have a beautiful quality of life, to be more productive, to be able to earn more, which would then increase the IGR that Lagos generates, right? You know, so it's all tied into each other. Well, first of all, it's not a thing that's unique to me. You know, the APC Lagos especially, the APC Lagos arm of politics is bigotry. It's based on bigotry. I mean, there's still pictures of banners that were hung of Jimmy Agbaje being called Jimmy Chukwu, governor of the Southeast. He's a man that is blue blood from Ikorodu. We know his grandfather, we know his antecedents, we know what he did. This is not somebody that his history or his pedigree or his name or his age or his sex is under question or under any kind of controversy. We know him. We know his grandfather, we know his father, we know his family, right? And this is what they did. So anybody that seemingly rises to challenge the Tinubu hegemony, the first thing that is challenged is your Yorubaness, right? I remember when they were saying that even somebody like Padi Banjo, the reason why he supported Peter Obi or was anti-Tinubu was because his mother was Igbo. Or they said Obasanjo's father is this. Anytime somebody challenges the Tinubu hegemony, they attack your identity. They try to strip you of your Yorubaness. In my situation, unfortunately for them, they could not challenge my family. They could not challenge our history. There are all sorts of nonsense. But I give God the glory that my parents are alive. You know, I give God the glory that my family has a very good habit of keeping records, all the way to newspaper articles from the 1800s. So imagine if one did not have that. Imagine if one's parents were not alive and these people just came together with this propaganda. You start questioning, what's really going on? But thank God, I come from a family that history has written a lot about, you know, so we know who we are. And as we go chant Amorawa, we know ourselves. Because one is in politics now, there are a lot more things that people are saying about me. But I've been Afrocentric for a very long time. All you need to do is go and read my blogs. I still have a blog under if you search for it, The Hopeful Nigerian. And I've been advocating for history to return back to our schools, our traditions, our culture. The idea that no, not everything that existed before the Rainbow Man came here was bad. Right? There's bad in everything. There are people that call themselves Muslims that are killing people. There are people that were calling themselves Christian that were doing crusades and massacring people. I mean, for goodness sake, the first slave ship that came to Nigeria, to Africa, was called Jesus. The Pope blessed people that were going to go and kill indigenous people all over the world. So there are good and bad people in every culture, in every belief system, right? And this idea that everything that we were before Christianity or any of the major religions means that we are bad. I've been against that for decades, right? And that's not common. That's not common in this part of the world. And I know the backlash that I got for that, but I'm somebody that fortunately I can afford to live my truth, you know. I can afford to do that. So what you saw is just me on my journey. A lot has been consistent. It's just now it is obvious. People are seeing it. It's in people's faces, and I'm coming of age. I'm growing, you know. My first title was the Obalefon of Lagos that I got from the Obatala Temple in Ife, right? And that ties into my belief system that, you know, there is an African spiritual science, right? The entire binary code in which we build our computers is based on African traditional science, right? The understanding of time not being linear but being circular and intertwining, right? These are things that quantum physics is proving, right? So you find that we have known things from time that science, Western science, is just interpreting and bringing to common knowledge now, right? And that is something that I will grow in. And you know, as some will say, your head calls certain things to you. You know, so that title is something that I embrace because, you know, it's something that I've understood and it's something I value. It's very important to me. And then also I am the Are of Igbale Koka, which is the house that was headed by Justice Koka. He was the Olori Eyo at a point, and Baba Isale of Lagos. So those are the titles that I have, that I got recently. As relates to Yoruba titles, I also have an Igbo title, Ochiaga of Ndibo in Lagos State. Aside that, I was initiated into the Awe Adimu, and as a son of Lagos, you know, these are things that we hold very dear to us. I mean, you've been around my house, I'm sure you've seen plenty of your paintings. And if you go into any indigenous house, most of them, you see something Eyo. It will just be there, right? Either it's the Okpan Bata and the hat, or a sculpture, or something, because it symbolizes our heritage, our ancestral culture. It's our day to show, you know, who we are as a people, because Lagos, like I said, is a cosmopolitan port, so sometimes our identity gets lost, and there are always different groups that, you know, it's almost like when you talk about the history of Lagos, it's somehow covered by the history of Nigeria, because so much of the history of Nigeria happened in Lagos. But we have our own history, a very rich history, with a lot of intrigues, right? And Eyo Festival is for Lagos Island, a way of showing our uniqueness, our heritage, our culture. And that is not to say that it's only limited to Lagos Island. You know, we have brothers that are coming, Ikorodu, coming from Ekpe, coming from Badagry, and then all of these places also have their own rich culture and heritage. Like the Zangbeto Festival in Badagry is amazing. I cannot wait for it to be properly mainstream, for the government to actually bring it into mainstream culture. You also have the masquerades in Ekpe and Ikorodu, masquerades all over the mainland, you know, all that Ikejai, Fakojai area, they have that culture there as well. These things need to be mainstreamed. They need to be brought into and repackaged, right? The tradition itself, the masquerades, the pageantry is beautiful, it's perfect. It's now the environment at which it operates, right? We need to create the environment that will pull tourists in, make them feel safe, make them feel comfortable, clean environments, right? That can now create these things with world-renowned cultural experiences that people fly in because they want to come and see. Think about the Brazilian Carnival, right? You know, I mean, yeah, things like that. We want people to fly in because this is how you generate income for those communities, and, you know, also puts us on that world map. 2025 was a very difficult year for a lot of people. I mean, 2024 was difficult because that was the first shock. But 2025 has not been easy at all. A lot of companies have laid off staff, right? Things are extremely expensive. Go and ask anybody that's about to pay their rent. They've seen their rents double. People that rented a place for 3 million are now looking at paying 8 million, right? People that got a place for 500,000 are now looking at 1.5, right? I have to acknowledge that there is a new bill that's passed in the State Assembly that is pushing for monthly payments of salaries that's protecting tenants, and I think that's a very, very good thing. Implementation of it, our laws are not the problem, it's the implementation of it.
Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines, from breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development. Infomercials and jingles that stand out. Short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards. Independent production spaces with full technical support. Special coverage for individual and corporate events. A special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it. And business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemiWatch Limited. Also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano. And Emirate News Television, Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
In 1957, just a greenhorn, leaving school and looking for a job, going into broadcasting was something that I dreamt of. But that's only meant going into radio, because my old school, Holy Child College, still on the same site in Obalende, 2 streets away from the old NBC. I still can't forgive whoever changed the name to something else that is being called now FRCN. Because if the BBC remains BBC 100 years after the founding fathers, dreamt of starting television, radio from, all the war years and learning a bit from America. It all started from America. Because we were taught about all this. Every time they took us from school to take part in, schools debates on radio, we just walked across. It's all in Obalende and Ikoyi, Balende/Ikoyi. So I dreamt of doing something along the line. And then one of my teachers left us high and dry. He went to be a news reader on radio. Marie Tabio, who later became Mrs. Irikefe. Then we had people like Tung Adedoyin and SOUQ. We used to listen to them on radio on the old. You wouldn't know anything about that now, the rediffusion. It was just, a little box in your home. And everybody looked forward to either listening to the 7 o'clock news in the morning or 6 o'clock or 7 in the evening. So that was all I had to do with broadcasting. And who was going to take me there was another matter altogether. Who would take you, little 16, 17-year-old girl, into broadcasting? But one had been bitten by the bug then. So, and only God knows where whatever dream you had was going to lead to. We read poetry, we did radio show, stage shows in school. The Catholic schools were very good for that. And my old school, just celebrating 150 years of its existence, just down the road from here on Broad Street. The nuns, they were all white nuns. No Nigerian nuns at the time that we were growing up. So all the dream they had, this kind of dream that we have now, going to England, but they were coming here to teach us. So I had learnt a lot of poetry. I had taken part in Festival of Arts, and I had gone to the biggest hall we had then was at King's College, which is also down the road. Means of transportation was your SS foot. No BRT, no bicycles or whatever. So we did it all just walking around and learning from our teachers
And of course, our mentors were the nuns, like I said. So in my wildest dream, there was no way that I was thinking of going into anything like broadcasting. That is going back to answer your question. But they had a lot of plans for the girl child. And not along the religious lines now. But actually, they came to actually engender this whole idea of pushing the girl child forward. And not just me, a lot of us. People like Mrs. Francesca Emmanuel, they also went through the whole gamut of all this dream that I'm talking about. Television itself was brand new in the world. I have to talk about radio because that was what I knew as a child. But television, when it started, we didn't even know. Maybe in America, and then it went to Australia, and then to France. No. France came after Nigeria. You wouldn't believe that, would you? That we were number 6. America, Britain, Germany, Australia, one other country, and coming now home to Nigeria, where you cannot help but give a lot of credit to the dreams of people like the late Chief Obafemi Awolowo and one of his ministers then, Chief Anthony Enahoro. So that's how I believe this whole package was placed on their laps and sold to Nigeria, to the Western Nigeria government. On the radar were lots of other people like me who had dreams about becoming Miss Nigeria. So maybe that will now give you a little background about how I took part in the Miss Nigeria pageant, Western Nigeria, and I became Miss Western Nigeria. Somebody must have fine-tuned some little knots somewhere and said, okay, you probably might be able to deliver. Because you are being interviewed when you go before the panel of judges, and somebody must have said, okay, that's a good material, you can come and take part in this. Before then, we had other people, Anike Agbaje Williams, Poliola Sokwe, who were working on radio. My dream was to work in radio, but then I missed that. And I was nursing, that dream of still going to radio. Never knew what television was all about. So maybe that answers your question, I'm not sure. But I took part in the Miss Western Nigeria pageant and I won. Took part in the Miss Nigeria contest and came second. So that meant that I didn't win. And if one of the, maybe the prize was to go on TV, it wasn't even there. It wasn't written into the, program that whoever did this, but the person was going to go to England. And so Helena Yemeluna, who won that contest, went to London and fulfilled her own dream. But I was still biting my nails, waiting for when I'll be able to get a job. There were other things that girls could do. You could be a nurse, you could be a teacher, you could be an assistant, a dental assistant. All those were things that young ladies, can, fulfill their dreams along those lines. They're still there. You still have young ladies. Mrs. Muritala Mohammed, the first time I met her, she was a dental assistant. Little did we know that her husband was going to be the head of state and she would be first. So you see, lots of things were there for the young girl who wanted to learn, who had the talent, and who wanted to perform, and who wanted to work hard. But now I don't know if girls want to work hard. All they want is, the table to be set, and then they come and, partake of whatever is there. It wasn't too difficult at the time that I was picked as one of the people to come and appear in WNTV. the audition was actually carried out before my time. I got involved in so many other things, trying to get a job, something to secure, something, to alleviate poverty. There was not too much poverty in Nigeria at the time because people could still make a living for themselves and, get by in society. But I was lucky that I had an aunt who was a nurse in the hospital in Ibadan, UCH in Ibadan. And she was married to an Englishman, and the man's friend happened to have been the man, Mr. Mathers, who was brought as one of the technical partners to WNTV. So we met at a dinner party, and just as you and I are chatting, I was only 18 plus. I was 17 when I took part in the pageant. So by this time I was growing up, and I thought I was a big girl. So I opened my mouth and I said a few things. And the man looked at me and said, "How come you are not speaking with a Nigerian accent?" And I didn't know what he meant because we were taught at St. Mary's to deliver whatever lines we were given to deliver. The Festival of Arts, I came second after an English boy from Corona School. And I was given a beating for coming second. Not because I didn't perform well, but because I forgot to curtsy. And one of the judges, I think, who was then Mrs. Abayomi, Lady Abayomi, said that I delivered my lines very well. So I was the Lord of Tartary, I would do this and that and the other. So I came second. And when I got back to the school, the nun, Sister Marieta, said, "You were not paying attention." So whatever you do in life, you have to be consistent, you have to perform well. The way we're trying to do now, we were trying to project your voice and whatever it is you have to offer with a lot of humility, not trying to show off or to project your own image, but whatever message you have to deliver, you have to make sure that it is well delivered. The following year, St. Mary's Convent School, which is my old school, which is 150 years old in existence, went to the same King's College Hall, and we beat a lot of secondary schools. We came first. Pied Piper of Hamelin. Have you ever heard of that poet? Pied Piper of Hamelin was about someone who wanted to get rid of all the rats in Europe. And all he did was to play the pipe. So that is what we were more or less doing. That's what you and I have done. Being a Pied Piper, trying to get off all the ills in society. That's the main job of a broadcaster. There's so many things happening in the country, and it's only TV and radio that binds the country together. If the country falls apart tomorrow, you will rely on someone from radio or from television to make the announcement, to introduce the head of state who has just won the election or the one who has just taken over. It's a huge responsibility. At that age, at 19, we had to introduce people like Chief Obafemi Awolowo on TV. We had to introduce people like Akintola, Oladoke Akintola, as the premier. And when everything broke down and it all went into smithereens, they brought in Chief Majekodumi as the administrator of the Western region. All this happening before our eyes. There were no other stations in the country except WNTV. And we were there, so we learned quite a lot. In fact, I believe that the whole country revolves around broadcasting. And if you are part of that organization, how would you feel at my age, at 80-something? As young people, perhaps you don't know all this history that I'm telling you about. It's a long, long story. But when you sit down, you have to put it all into perspective. You see that, well, some people are actually meant to be in different positions. Some people are meant to be doctors. Some people are meant to be nurses. For those of us that are in broadcasting, it's a huge responsibility. It's a passion. Something, sometimes you don't even know how you got there in the first place. Or somebody may have discovered you. It's like being in Hollywood in those days. Someone has to develop, so you have the talent, the latent talent, and then somebody will discover you. So that's how I was discovered by Mr. Mathers at a dinner. I was put in that place because I had won the Miss Western Nigeria contest. If I hadn't done that, I probably would be somewhere in the kitchen washing plates, washing all the dishes. So there you are, if that answers your question. Well, there's no one that actually picks someone and puts you plonk without, I mean, of course, if you don't have any experience on the job, you have no business being there in the first place. But if I had taken part in Pied of Hamelin Towns in Brunswick, I was only 13. By a famous Hanover City, I was speaking like an English person. When I was only a Nigerian, little girl, being nurtured, by my mother, who was a seamstress. How would you ever get there? But you already have that background, that solid background on the rock, as it were. So, by the time I was ready to go on TV, I had learned from all the other, people that I mentioned their names earlier, like Anike Agbaje Williams. And I wouldn't say it was easy, because you always have that, butterfly fluttering in front of the camera or wherever. I think I took to television like I was meant to be there. With all humility. If I had been groomed by all these nuns that I have mentioned their names, they came to Nigeria to serve the people. They were not earning salaries, To become a nun, you have to take the oath of obedience, chastity, poverty, and all that. So you're not earning a salary. But whoever is there now is thinking of how much money he's going to get from whatever take comes from here, there, and yonder. So they taught us well. And nobody said you're going to go and appear on TV or you're going to be on radio. But just do what you're meant to do properly. It's a lot of sense of responsibility and diligence. And that stands at the back of your mind. That goes everywhere with you, wherever you go in life. Even when I was nursing a sick child, my late son was a sick child. And I was meant to take part in Verdict 79 with my colleagues Kerry Ahmed and Adamu Aogi. They all came with me to the hospital, which is just next door here. And then we came back and mounted the podium and continued our business as if nothing was happening. He didn't die at the time, of course, but the job must go on. That is always there at the back of your mind. So my first night, I wouldn't say that I didn't have any jitters, that I was not nervous. But I was able to deliver, and I think that was the staying power. That was what kept me going, because other people came on board. I was not the only one. All the members of the board had their own, little nephews and nieces that they wanted to project on TV. They all came and they couldn't make it. But Anike and I kept going. And if you gave me a script now, I think I would try and... We didn't have too many, what do you call it then, teleprompters. Well, I was very good at, I had a photographic memory. So I was able to get hold of the script, and in less than 60 seconds, I'll be able to deliver it straight to the camera. That was one of the assets that I had also. which was God's gift. It's not by own might or whatever you think you have. You have the talent, of course, but also there has to be some other little bits of gifts that will help you to project the image of a professional. A lot of controversy. There is hardly any TV, radio, movie personality that can scale through that without any, because people are watching, people are trying to find their own little, bits of criticism here, there, and yonder. You can't be a goodie, two shoots without, any, how shall I say it, problem here, there, and yonder. So everybody has their own way of looking at people. People say, well, what has she got to do? She went to take part in Miss Western Nigeria the other day. So what's the big deal about her? And then somebody will still add their own salt and pepper here and there. But I was lucky that I was being nurtured by someone like T.O.S. Benson, who was then our Minister for Information. And he felt that, everything should not stop here. There were things happening in America. He made sure that my name was there. I was at the inauguration of President Johnson, Lyndon Johnson. And we commanded a lot of attention there, myself and my colleague who came from Lagos, the station in Lagos. And for the president to notice that there were two black people sitting behind him at his inaugural ball, I think it was very overwhelming for me because not many black people had invitation to that event. But Charity Adadevo and I were there, and he stood up and shook our hands where we were sitting behind, 3 rows behind the president. Then Kennedy had died, and we were still nothing, we were still feeling very hot about, the loss of Kennedy. And here was the new president coming up. We were not particularly keen on being welcomed by him. But then, things like that happen to you, and it makes headline news. 2 black people, they didn't even say Nigerians. They thought we were from Ghana because some journalists came around and said, how is your man Nkrumah? And we said, no, our own Prime Minister is Tafawa Balewa. They never heard of him then. But then they had to go and carry out their own study and find out who Tafawa Balewa was. And of course, the whole country was very proud of us that we went and actually stole the show at the inauguration of President Lyndon Johnson. So many other things happened. When I came to London, the British Information Office, they were trying to look for someone to host their program. That host happened to be around, so they picked me to host their program. But you don't ad-lib on any of those stations. Everything is written out. The questions, even your answer will be written. You can change it around a little bit, but they make sure that you said the right thing at the right time. So that was how we were able to gain attention. German television also invited us because they were interested in Nigeria. See how the German Chancellor came to Nigeria. That was what happened at the time. In 1963, we had just become a republic then, from being an independent station in 1960. By 1963, we then became a republic. And we were chosen to go and appear on German television in Berlin. And they wanted a little bit of culture. So Benson had his own band. So we were chosen to go and represent Nigeria then. Nobody knew who the ambassador was, but they wanted to know who was presenting something on TV. So that's how important television has been. And that, in fact, we were the first television in the whole of Africa. The very first station, WNTV, that was a call signal. WNTV, first in Africa. There's nothing like that now. Nobody wants to know whether you are first or second. But the station that is being run in Nigeria, I think, has the largest number of stations than any other country in Africa. We have about 21 stations, and now it's still, still counting. And yours is coming on board, and so many others. I think next to America, Nigeria should have been the best country for television broadcasting in the whole world. There's not so many countries in the world that has as many stations as Nigeria. We only have to put our heads together. We only have to find joy in whatever we're doing. Sometimes when it's raining, people say, oh, it's raining, and they feel very bad about the rain. But if you look closely, behind that rain, there will be sunshine, there will be something else coming on. You see some silver clouds coming during the rain, but Nigerians don't have the patience to wait for that kind of thing. That's what television teaches you. If you're in the studio, you don't know what's happening outside. You just get on with the job. That's what we were taught. We were taught not by Nigerians. Even when we started, we couldn't go on air and ad-lib. There was always someone there, Mr. Blackledge, to write the script. And if you can commit that to memory and deliver it, they're home and dry. It's not everyone that has a gift, not everyone that has a talent. It's God-given. And if you listen as a child at 17, 18, 19, at my own age, I learned from school, and I was able to impart this into the job. So within a few months, we got double promotion, all of us, because we were doing very well. Anika Agbadewumi was excellent. Olasope was superb. And so many other people reading the news. We were the first female to read the news. Women were not allowed to read the news. Nigeria started it. BBC wouldn't allow a woman to pick up a script and read the news. But we were already there. So that's how we were able to gain this global attention that you mentioned. It's not easy. It's not easy. Like I said, when we were taught not by Nigerians. But somebody came along the line and said, we don't have to speak like English people. You can just carry on and use your own parochial background. If you are a Robo man, you can speak English the way you like. That was his own idea. Because he didn't believe in us doing all this la-di-da and trying to, say things the proper way. But that watered down the standards a bit. Because then everybody, maybe he had a relation who wanted to appear on TV, and he wasn't allowed to because he couldn't speak like Ikenna Ndagoba or Bodelalade and things like that, or Friday Fude or Mike Nahuru. So somebody must have gone to him and said, because he doesn't speak like any of those people who were taught by, foreign teachers, people who had learned, people who knew what a DJ, we had a Bible then, that you had to pronounce your words correctly. So he came and said, now that I'm DG, I'm not going to tolerate all this, your English way of speaking. And some other people, of course, that watered down the standards. That's not our making. We were still ready to continue the way we were doing, but then they pushed us to the background. But there were others who were able to perform well. Ruth Benamesia, Opia, Sienna Weber, and of course Bimbo Oloyede, who was born in England. If you already employed those people to deliver the goods and to present your programs, you're not going to sack all of them because they speak with English accent. I don't see how that can be an offense. cannot be, guilty of speaking English well, like the English people. But they then brought out other people. And you had the head of presentation. I became head of the presentation after I came under Buba. And you're trying to prepare your roster, and you wanted to put such people online to read the network news. Then they say, okay, bring somebody who can speak like the Radijedidu and do a little bit of a on the side. It's part of our culture. So that is what is happening to TV broadcasting in Nigeria. It's all very interesting. So, this cultural milieu and bringing, a touch of Nigeria. Nigeria is doing well in that aspect in the music world. I think we're leading. Some of us who grew up on Handel's Messiah and Mozart, we have to sort of put our hands behind our back now and watch, all the way things have turned around, and Nigerian music is doing well. Afrobeat is reigning everywhere in the world. So really you can't find faults with that. So when they watch a bit of Fela and his children and all his grandchildren doing well, then listen to the channels on TV, you have to take what you get from there as well. If somebody can wake up one day and say, why should your station be called the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation? I say it should now be Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria. Tongue twisting. Takes a long time to come to terms with. If everyone wake up in the morning and say, this is Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, you have the call signal. Da 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 da. This is the Nigerian Broadcasting whatever. How are you going to put that, into context with the new one? First of all, when you wake up, you don't know whether you are even coming out from the right side of your bed or not. You are going to have to face your audience and say, we are no more the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation. We are now Federal whatever, which you don't even know where the man, who came up with the idea. He didn't even consult you, didn't even put it to test. If the British corporation, they are going to change from BBC after 100 years, they would ask the whole nation, they would say, where are we going to take this from? They would ask everybody, they would do a census, they would do all kinds of things, carry out all kinds of tests to see whether people will accept it from them. No. Nigerians are very hard and cut and dry. This is the way I want it. I'm the head of state, so I can change everything now, and all of you can start marching forward and march back again. Soldier go, soldier come. I think Fela would have been a good head of state for Nigeria, because he would have got some people marching the right way. So, I think that is what has happened to this country. But we will still settle down. The soldiers that have been marching since, they will do attention one day. And then we'll be able to sort ourselves out gradually. I think we're going through the right process now. People are beginning to find their own feet. If things go around, price of goods go up, Nigerians will find a way to come to terms with that. When we were growing up, everything was done. We won't say according to the colonial rules and regulations, but at least there were standards that were set down for you and things that you had to toe the line. This is the proper way to do things. But if somebody says, no, let's turn around and turn it upside down. First tack, The only thing that has happened to the whole world from Nigeria that shook the whole world, that brought everybody attention to see what Africa has to offer the whole world. It happened here on this soil in Nigeria. I was a member of the ceremonial committee. I remember the opening ceremony. There were about 15 heads of state. We've never had anything like that since then. That is what we should ask ourselves. Every head of state that takes over from Nigeria should find out again. It's not from broadcasting that you can get the answer. You can get the answer from technocrats who had worked in all those areas. What happened? How come it couldn't happen again? It's like Armageddon. Every country was represented. Every culture was represented. Miriam Akiva was watching us and called us at the station one day and said, even the way we linked programs, they couldn't expect that it could be happening in Nigeria. We received phone calls. People were sending us bottles of champagne on the air. The links. Bimbo Oloyede was there with me. I was at the opening ceremony. I was yanked from there to come back to the station. From, interacting with the head of state or with our head of state at the time to come and man the station because what was phenomenal. How come we've not been able to do it? 77 years, how long ago was that? I was only 37 years old then. I'm going on 90 now. It hasn't happened again. We should examine that. Even the head of state that was there is still alive. Let's ask him again. Let us put him down and say, Oga, please explain to us what happened. Some people came up with a theory that the symbol that was used was fetish. That is what has happened and Nigeria has turned upside down. If that is acceptable, it may be superstitious in your eyes, but let us find out. Let's go call the Babalawo. Is it bad that it is a Nigerian that carved this image? And it is making news outside the world. Now you say no, it is not good that Nigeria should be able to project an image that would attract the whole world, something that will bring everybody on their knees. After the first attack, we were still recovering, just batting in the glory of first attack. What's this artist, the blind one, who was not part of it, who didn't believe in it? He came and had his own first attack, all on his own, from America. Stevie Wonder, he came with his whole team. We had to mount all the cameras back in the studio for him. He had his own 7-day festival here in Nigeria. What prompted him to do that? Other people came. They wanted to know what was happening in Nigeria. What has happened? We couldn't have another festival since then.
What do you think went wrong?
Nothing went wrong. Everything went so well that people wanted to destroy, our own Nigerian people wanted to destroy the glory that's this whole thing that's emanated from it. It hit the whole world. People are asking, when you go to Britain, you say, what happened? Why aren't you having? I had a friend who was head of the, he was from the British Guyana, a black guy. He was friends with everybody. He knew all Nigerians. Said, what happened? Why are we going to have another festa? Professor Ian Hall, he keeps asking me. Even if we can't have it because it was very expensive anyway, Nigeria had all the money. Even though we had a coup after, it was first of all the brainchild of Gawan. And then Muritala came on board. Muritala was killed, but in spite of that, they couldn't kill that dream of having a festac in Nigeria. If we are able to bring out all those programs again, I think we'll be able to answer those questions. I'm still alive. There are a lot of people who will still want to know the answer to that. It's a very, very brilliant question that you have asked. I think if it was another country, we'll set up an inquiry and say, what happened? Can we resuscitate this whole dream? Some of the tapes that we had then in WNTV, some people put them in one place and set fire to them because they felt maybe somebody in their religious organization said, you are the one projecting all these things, so Nigerians are bringing idols around. Who gave them the idea to make the idol? It's God now. It's from God. Whatever thing you were able to put together. The Bible was put together because God loved the world so much, and He wanted us to learn about, things that had gone out from the time of Adam and Eve. God loved the whole world and created Muhammad and said, put people together and let them say Allah Akbar every day, morning, noon, night. God created so many wonderful things for us, so many images that we can imbibe from, so many things that we can learn from. People want to come and learn about our country. Instead, we say, we want our sculptures back. What are you going to do with them? You don't have a museum where you're going to put them to make them thrive and people come here to Nigeria. It's a good idea for them to come, but if they learn about your country, what your people have done over the past 2,000 years. 2,000 years of Nigeria image was put together by the BBC. Nigeria went and tore it up in shreds. He tore it up. He said, what are you doing with that? What you call bad belly. I don't know if anybody sang a song with that title. If we maybe start from there and say, what do you do with your own bad belly? Some people, National Stadium. There is no theatre in England, in London, that I know that I've gone to watch plays and things that have not been in existence for over 500 years. So many studios. We have one big one, the dream of Nigerians. And now we want to go and do banking there. We want to go and do trade. It's supposed to be for culture. Our own culture. Lagos State will be dragging federal government by the neck and say, no, we own the theatre now, and we want somebody to come and do something there. If we can only put all these things behind us, the evil that people have done in the past, people like Julius Caesar, when they were writing all those, when Shakespeare was writing all those things like that have happened in the past. We should examine them. Get people like Wade Soyinka to sit down and rewrite the whole history again. If they ask me questions like you're asking me now, I will be there to answer. Because I saw it all unfold before my eyes. The image of Nigeria will come tops. All the stations in Nigeria should get involved and do stories on this question that you've asked me. Very salient question, and I love it so much. That might be able to revive the image of this country and let us know where we are heading, in what direction, and bring us back to really the point of salvation. Well, I haven't seen it. I must have mentioned it somewhere. I think on one of the channels when they was trying to build the scandal around it, and I said, and I tried to put the record straight. That wasn't really what happened, and that it was from, I think it was from a book that was written by one of the wives that said that I was party to his breakdown of their marriage. And I was trying to put the record straight that that wasn't really the true picture. I with due respect, I have to, bow wherever I come in the presence of a president of this nation, past, present, or even present, yes. I hope I'll still be around when we have others coming on board. But I was taken aback that the head of state, would ask me a question that, because in the past, we were in the studios when the head of state came, and we were given scripts. If there had been, there had been several coups, and it's always the presenter or the station, either the managers that take the brunt of the whole, the issue when things like that happen. You don't know who is coming. You don't know how many jeeps are going to be coming in. You don't know how many, what you call that, all those heavy equipment that they drive in as they are coming into the studio. You don't know where they are going to shoot the station down. Nobody knows that. It's only the people who have worked during that period that can relay those experiences. Sometimes you're at work in the morning. By the time you come back in the afternoon, the government has changed. And if you haven't got maybe your ID card, you won't be allowed into the station, or somebody can throw you in or into jail. So all this had happened in the past. Nobody has told any of these stories. People like Segun Lushola or Dr. Kolade. Somebody might come and say, so has happened. I was driving my former husband to work in the morning. I dropped him at the station. By the time I reached home, there had been a coup. Murtala had been killed. And they were under siege, the whole station. Just imagine that kind of scenario. Things like that had happened in the past. But Nigerians don't have that sense of history that wants to sit down and say, well, we want to ensure that it doesn't happen again. Of course, we'll pray that it doesn't happen again. And you wake up in the morning and somebody is announcing something else, different from what you have. A colleague of ours had been, pushed into something that he wasn't aware of. Those are kind of situations that have happened in the past. But this one, we were all dressed in ceremonial costume and trying to, I was the only one that was asked to stay in the presidential, what do you call it, special area that is demarcated for head of states on issues like that. And all of a sudden, the president is following me all about. And I said, this is getting too close for comfort. And I said, what's your name again? I said, my name is Julie Coker. I was trying to play innocent, that I didn't know what was happening. He said, hey, how much did this your dress cost? Can I have, sorry, sir. I don't think I'm the proper person to answer that question, sir. Yeah, you don't have an answer. It's a bit unprofessional. I mean, not in the profession per se that we mean, but I wasn't prepared for that kind of thing. So I must have given a rude answer to that. And then, before I knew it, Adel Lanwa, who was then the head of Navy, came to me and said, you have been very rude to the president. The president said, he asked you a question and you couldn't answer. I said, good morning, Mr. President, sir. Because when we introduce them on TV, that's how we introduce them. We're now going to be addressed by a new head of state, Mr. So, sir. And I said, you should go and ask the president of SOUQ. I'm sure he has a record of what the question is asking me can be answered, better answered by the president of SOUQ. If he finds that unbearable or rude, then either that one is not doing his work well or I'm not doing my work well and I don't belong here. But I carried on regardless. Shortly after that, another top army officer, Joseph Garuba, that one was the tallest man next to Ufwe Bonye, or the one from Mali. And he said, Julie, I know you can be rude at times, I said, not on this occasion. This is a wonderful occasion for the whole nation. And I'm trying to be my best behavior. And he said, the president said, I'm being very rude to him. He said, I know you, maybe you can say things. And I said, no, I never. He asked how much the dress cost. And I don't think I have an answer, which may contradict what will be on record if you really examine it thoroughly. I was getting very nervous at the time. So I dropped everything and disappeared from the scene, and I never went back again. But the thing reverberated right down to all the committees and members by late Auntie, what's her name? Kentebe, which was a lady, commodore of the Navy. She said, Julie, I think she heard that she was going to be sacked that day because the naval officer sent to her and said, you are the one that did this. And I said, can never, God forbid, can never reach me because I'm not in the forces. I'm doing my own job here as a professional broadcaster. Well, I think it has reached a stage now where whatever you say might be taken against you because there are so many people going to court now and people sent to jail, but things were not as bad as they are now because some of the gory stories we hear and people being, penalized and sent to jail, I think it has reached an astronomical level that it's something that's actually, maybe it was there and people did not want to open the canker worms and let us see what is really happening. In my own case, it was a deliberate attempt on the part of an aunt of mine who felt that there's no child that should continue going to school at a certain age. And they were trying to arrange for me to get married to somebody. And it's a tradition of our people, in Delta, to find out whether the girl is still a virgin. Then they go and look for one old man. It's not this, the one that is happening is child abuse now. I don't know what to call that one. There are other cases too of children being sold into, prostitution and apply a trade that by some madams, which is not really acceptable. But there are other areas. Maybe some parents cannot pay for their children's school fees, so they send them, into child labor or whatever. I think every child should be given a chance to have, proper education. If Awolowo can start free and fair education to children, whether all genders, boys and girls, see what the results that have come out of that. But in some other parts of Nigeria, they believe that that it's not acceptable in their religion, and so they still keep the children down and send them into early marriage. And a lot of people have dealt, people like Dr. Simi Johnson, they were in the front of that vanguard to liberate the children who have been kept, into Corda at age 13. And when they have children, they are not able, either they die, premature deaths from, being too early to go into pregnancies and have the children properly and things like that. Different stages. It's a very serious issue that actually I think has been well looked into, not by the United Nations or by, but Nigerian government itself should look at it more, more serious terms and try to find how to deal with it. But there's something that happened in some homes, which is now coming out now, which in the past, members of the family will not allow maybe a woman that is a victim. No, the child is a victim, but there are other, things that sort of trigger down the line, like a wife, for instance, who is watching her husband, trying to abuse children that are under their care. And the children definitely cannot, rise to the level that a child who is being abused at an early stage cannot continue with her education. So I have been involved in issues like that because I was affected as a 13-year-old when an aunt of mine felt that I should stop going to school. But I was rescued by another aunt. So I was lucky at the time. Not many people have been able to, get through all this kind of trauma. I was lucky that just at the time, the man was busy talking to some other people, and it's like somebody being kidnapped and another person coming to your rescue. So I was lucky at my own, to escape that unscathed and get on with my life. If I hadn't gone through, maybe I would have been having 13 children. It's good to have children so that the population will multiply. But then you have to make sure that the children are able to, get on with their education. And when you educate that child, he's able to look after other children. I've raised so many children in the process. I was able to earn enough money to take care of members of my family. And that is what everybody should sort of, try and rise up to that challenge. Our chief, Folani Koka, was the Babeto of Lagos. And I used to accompany him to the palace of Yekon. And someone then said, well, Yeto, why don't you let... He wanted his wife to be the Yeto, but she rejected it. She said she didn't want to because, she thought they were going to perform some fetish. It wasn't really fetish. My brother now turned to me and said, Julie, do you want the title? I said, no, it's not for me to say, because I wasn't terribly keen. But he said he was going to carry out all the preparations. And I said, well, if you're going to do that, why not? And the late Oba Adeyinka graciously offered me the title. I accepted and went through the ceremony. So I've been a Yeto of Lagos now for getting on 40-something years. We only have one majesty in England. And that is one of the oldest institutions in the world. Some other countries are getting rid of their heads of their traditional rulers. France doesn't have one, for instance. There are some countries in Europe, I think in Finland, that still have, kings and queens and all that. But Nigeria, every little village, every doorstep has one title. This is the palace of the Tutus. It wasn't like that in our own time. We had only one Oba in Lagos. Now you have so many. You have several Obas. This one claiming this and that. Etiosa, whatever. After a while, there's going to be a clash. Maybe not in our own time. So if they're playing traditional roles, somebody will lay claim to some title that belongs to somebody else and another one. There's no end to it. So let them stay the way they are now. If they want to multiply, that has nothing to do with me because we don't have any say in that. It's not, because you can say now that this station is trying to sell this idea to be propagating an idea that should not be. I don't think anyone should play any constitutional role. If each one has its own, in the states at the state level, they take it, I think it's rotated. After a while, one steps down, another one takes over at that level. If they want to go and attend the meeting at the House of Assembly, that's up to them. But at the federal level, I think, no. No. I don't approve of it at all. Because then you have some woman coming on and saying that he's the one that is entitled to the title. It's not. I don't know whether any African country actually accepted that sort of thing. So Nigeria shouldn't start. You know, Nigeria at certain points in any of these things. Once Nigeria starts, other people will start. And before you know it, the whole thing will skyrocket and another war starts. We have enough problem on our hands as it were now. No, we are lagging behind. It's such a terrible shame that we only have about 4 women in the Senate. It's ridiculous. We seem to be dancing backwards. In that regard, I think that is falling short. Totally. There was a time when there were more. There doesn't have to be more women in the Senate. I think there should be maybe 50%. Not even 30-something affirmative, whatever that they're going to Beijing to talk about. There should be more. There should be more women participating in politics. I don't know whether it's because. No. I don't want. I just believe that we should have more women in politics. Because women are more sensible. Women are glamorous, they come out looking beautiful, but their contribution to national issues, I think, more. Look at a man who went to beat up somebody in the house, and he says he's a hero. Hero of where? That kind of man should not be allowed to even come and address the press. Maybe the press find it funny, humorous to feature somebody like that. There's no woman that will come on TV and speak like that. If you examine every single one of the men, they all have different issues. Some of them have issues about wives and men and things that they have been doing, or they are corrupt and they have been taking money, dipping their hands into different coffers. No woman would do that. I think women are more, serious-minded, and they address issues the way they should be addressed, and they will take more care of issues that affect the nation, girl-child issues, health issues. The men don't even care about health issues. They don't even want to know what's happening. The men even wear bigger agbadas than when they are going to the house. First of all, they should cut down on the amount of clothing that some of them wear. They spend more time thinking of their image, how they're going to appear. Since television has now gone into the chambers, you find that they spend more time, on things like that. And it's ridiculous. We watch other countries, the way their parliamentary issues are being addressed. We're not learning anything from that. We shouldn't be learning from them. They should be coming to learn from us if we're doing the things we're supposed to be doing properly. But if women are really at the forefront of all this, I'm sure that they'll be able to calm all those hot issues that erupt sometimes in the houses. With worry, my mother. I was brought up as an Echekere child by my mother. I was taught to sing Echekere songs, to speak Echekere well, to address issues that affects the people of worry. My stepfather, who also brought at the hand in my upbringing, was an Echekere man. So I think that takes care of all those things. Well, I was brought up in Lagos, so I have this dual kind of nationality, and I knew my father came from Egba land, but I didn't have much to do with him. I only have connection with the family, like, Toye Koka, who was my uncle, who took care of me as well, but he was too busy doing other important things. But occasionally when they're having issues in the family, I'm invited like a stranger. But because I speak Yoruba very well, and I passed all my exams, and I used to do all my programs in Yoruba in Ibadan in those days, on radio, WNBS. So I can still hold my head high in that regard. I think I function very well. It's like the King of England. You know, he sometimes goes home to his Greek family. When, Prince Charles, when he was prince, he used to go on holidays with his family from the Greek side. And in fact, it looks like some of them sometimes when they are together. So I think it's allowed. Well, one of the first one, my 40 years in TV, which is actually showcasing all the my life in broadcasting from the early stages, which actually should have answered some of the questions, was a textbook in Kenya for many years, because the minister came to Nigeria, and my DG then, Mohammed Ibrahim, had a whole box full of the books, and he gave them to the minister. And when the minister got there, he requested for more copies of the book. I never got paid for it, but I was delighted that they found the book so interesting. So maybe I'll get someone to serialize the book on TV sometime. We tried to do it some years ago, because I cannot be telling the stories all over again. This is about maybe another 30 years story. Again, we've done another sort of edition. My Life in the Limelight, which is the latest one. So if you have time, if you create space, you might be able to tell the stories and take it stage by stage. That's why I sell the book, and also, we get some media attention from sponsors and get things going. The sky will be the limit then. Well, eat well, eat the right food, type of food, eat chicory pepper soup, or anybody else who's cooking pepper soup now, because then you don't have too much oil. I think that damages certain things in the tissues. And if you want to avoid having cancer, there's nobody in my family that has ever died of cancer because of the type of food we eat. So get someone, to prepare. There was a time when chicory food was being prepared in the museum, and people used to go there to collect the ingredients and the menu, and people live well. So people are eating Chinese food, which is good. It's healthy, and lots of vegetables. I recommend that for people. I'm not saying that very good health, but I still walk about on crutches. I don't know, my knees are not functioning very well. But still, if you say you paid me compliments, I accept it. Thank you very much indeed.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Senegal stands tall as one of West Africa's most stable and forward-looking nations, a country where tradition and modernity blend with remarkable harmony. With its strategic location on the Atlantic coast, Senegal has long served as a gateway for commerce, diplomacy, and cultural exchange across the continent. From the historic island of Gorée, an enduring symbol of the transatlantic slave trade, to the vibrant streets of Dakar, pulsing with art, music, and entrepreneurship, Senegal's story is one of resilience, evolution, and pride. At the heart of Senegal's progress lies its democratic maturity. Often hailed as a beacon of stability in the region, Senegal has consistently demonstrated peaceful transfers of power and a robust civil society. This political foundation has allowed the country to focus on critical areas of development, including education, health, infrastructure, and innovation. The government's plan, Senegal Emergent PSE, launched in 2014, outlines an ambitious path towards sustainable economic growth, infrastructural development, and social advancement, positioning the nation as a rising force in West Africa. Senegal's economic landscape is diverse and expanding, from agriculture and fishing to digital services and energy. The country continues to attract foreign investment and regional partnerships. The new city of Diamaniado, a flagship project under the PSC, is transforming into a hub for technology, education, and governance, reducing the strain on Dakar and symbolizing a vision of decentralized, inclusive development. Culturally, Senegal is a powerhouse. The influence of Sufi Islam, particularly the Maurite Brotherhood, has shaped not only spiritual life, but also economic cooperation and communal cohesion. The nation's music, literature, and visual arts are internationally celebrated, with artists like Youssou N'Dour and filmmakers like Ousmane Sembene leaving indelible marks on global culture. This rich cultural identity reinforces a sense of unity and purpose, even amidst economic or political challenges. Socially, Senegal continues to prioritize youth empowerment and gender inclusion, with over 60% of the population under the age of 25. Investments in education, vocational training, and entrepreneurship are vital. Women's roles in politics, business, and civil society are increasingly visible and impactful, further strengthening national development. Senegal also leads in diplomacy and regional integration. It is a founding member of ECOWAS and plays an active role in African Union affairs and peacekeeping missions. This outward-looking approach reinforces Senegal's role as a stabilizing force and a champion of Pan-African ideals. With its deep historical roots, visionary leadership, and unwavering commitment to progress, Senegal continues to inspire a model of African development grounded in cultural pride, democratic values, and inclusive growth. I am Moyosore Adibi for SOUQ News TV.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
In an age of artificial intelligence and automation, it is easy to overlook the value of hands. Yet in Ghana, hands still build nations. From Adinkra cloth printers in Ntoso to traditional kente weavers in Bonwere, Ghana's indigenous skill economy continues to prove that African creativity is not just cultural, it is commercial. Looking beyond the surface of heritage to the engine room of informal training systems that have powered generations and could power Africa's industrial future, Ghana comes to mind. In Ghana, apprenticeship is not a fallback, It is the main highway for millions of young people who are learning practical trades like metalwork, leatherwork, carpentry, fabric dyeing, and advanced tailoring. According to the Ghana Statistical Service, more than 80% of artisans are trained informally, yet they contribute significantly to the GDP. This is not unique to Ghana. From the woodcarvers of Kenya to the bronze casters of Nigeria, Africa is a continent of craftspeople. But Ghana offers a model where traditional skill acquisition meets modern enterprise development. Institutions like the Council for Technical and Vocational Education and Training, COTVET, have begun integrating indigenous knowledge into formal systems, developing a dual-track model that combines age-old methods with certification, mentorship, and business incubation. As Africa looks for solutions to youth unemployment, the answer may not lie in importing Western education models, but in elevating what we already have. Imagine if every African country invested in formalizing informal skills, adding value chains, technology, and access to export markets. The challenge, as always, is perception. We must stop seeing artisanship as inferior. Ghana is showing that welding can build wealth and textile design can drive trade. The African hand is skilled. The African mind is gifted. What remains is for policy and investment to catch up with potential. In Ghana's apprentices, they don't just see workers, they see a future workforce Africa can proudly call its own. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
Hello, Lagos. Make we yarn.
Hello, boy, if this POS matter, don't pass Joko. This go swipe, alarms no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
Maybe you fake alert the warriors.
Okay, so Mona listen, if you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbefi. They don't walk that bar road where they warrior for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what, development with the work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Uyemike, aka Ogbefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
Africa, a continent with 54 unique countries, countless tribes and tongues. We see a country in this continent, despite not being the richest or biggest, it is rich in things that last a lifetime. Malawi treasures such as its natural beauty, cultural resilience, and Lake Malawi are some of the continent's most underappreciated economic lifelines. Malawi is referred to be the warm heart of Africa because of the friendliness of its people and its tranquil surroundings. However, Lake Malawi, Africa's third largest lake and a UNESCO World Heritage Site, is the economic hub of this landlocked nation. This glittering body of water, which covers an area of over 29,600 square kilometers, is not only a wonder of geography, but also a vital economic hub. For millions of Malawians, fishing is their main source of income. More than 700 different species of cichlid fish, many of which are indigenous, may be found in Lake Malawi. In addition to supplying communities with food and boosting local markets, this biodiversity links Malawi to worldwide aquariums and research facilities. The export of dried fish products and ornamental fish makes a substantial contribution to rural economies. A burgeoning tourism industry is also driven by the lake. Malawi's lakeside locations, from Nkata Bay to Cape Maclear, draw eco-tourists and backpackers seeking peace, quiet, kayaking, snorkeling, and genuine cultural experiences. The nation is becoming more and more popular among tourists looking for a less marketed experience because of its tranquil, friendliness, and affordable travel options. Beyond the lake, Malawi is making investments in sustainable development and agriculture, especially in the areas of sugar, tea, and tobacco, which support their traditional exports and encourage diversification into other crops like macadamia and legumes. Malawi is moving more and more towards agro-processing and resilience-based farming as climatic issues worsen. Malawi is unique not because of what it lacks, but rather because of how it uses what it has, transforming its communal strength and natural resources into a gradual but steady force for growth. I am Laura, and this is Just Africa.
Guinea-Bissau, a small coastal nation in West Africa, often escapes the spotlight due to its size and political instability. However, this nation possesses a wealth of cultural, ecological, and social uniqueness that sets it apart from many of its African peers. From matriarchal communities to remarkable biodiversity, Guinea-Bissau offers a compelling study in African distinctiveness. With a population of just over 2 million, Guinea-Bissau is home to more than 20 ethnic groups, each contributing unique languages, customs, and traditional practices to the national identity. The country's linguistic diversity is further enriched by the widespread use of Guinea-Bissau Creole, a Portuguese-based Creole language that serves as a unifying medium of communication across different communities. Formerly part of the Cabo Empire and later a Portuguese colony, Guinea-Bissau was among the first African countries to engage in a protracted armed struggle for independence, led by the African Party for the Independence of Guinea and Cape Verde under the revolutionary Amilcar Cabral. Its bold resistance and eventual liberation in 1973 set a precedent for anti-colonial movements across the continent. The country remains one of the few Lusophone nations in Africa, sharing strong cultural and diplomatic ties with Brazil, Portugal, and other Portuguese-speaking countries, forming a distinct Lusophone African identity. Guinea-Bissau's biodiversity is another defining characteristic, particularly the Bijagos Archipelago, a UNESCO Biosphere Reserve consisting of more than 80 islands. This ecological haven is not only vital for marine conservation, but also embodies a unique matriarchal culture where women play central roles in community leadership and spiritual practices. The islands are recognized globally for their rich marine life, including sea turtles, manatees, and migratory birds, attracting researchers and conservationists from around the world. Economically, Guinea-Bissau is highly reliant on cashew nut production, which forms the backbone of its export economy. Despite recurring political instability and limited infrastructure, the country remains an important agricultural hub with untapped potential in fisheries, tourism, and sustainable development. Its geographic position along the Atlantic and proximity to other West African nations also offers opportunities for regional trade and integration. Guinea-Bissau's resilience in the face of persistent challenges ranging from coups and weak governance to poverty and illicit trade, continues to shape its unique narrative within Africa. It is a nation marked by endurance, cultural vibrancy, and natural beauty, striving to transform its rich heritage and strategic assets into sustainable growth and global engagement. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
My name is Shino Gbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
The journey of exploring Africa's uniqueness and spotlighting the continent's powerful stories and promises remains in our heart. And today we unfold one of that story that shapes Africa's soul. Central African Republic, otherwise known as CAR, is the heart of the continent, a land rich in natural wealth, yet often misunderstood. Bounded by 6 neighbors and situated in the very center of Africa, the Central African Republic is landlocked, but far from landlocked in spirit. It is a country of vast green savannas, dense tropical forest, rich wildlife, and river systems that feed both its land and identity. From the Ubangi River in the south to the fringes of the Saharan zone in the north, the CAR holds some of the continent's most ecologically vital and untouched terrain. But beyond the land lies the story of its people, diverse, resilient, and culturally vibrant. The Central African Republic is home to more than 80 ethnic groups, including the Baya, Banda, Mangia, and Sara, each with its own language, dance, craftsmanship, and oral traditions that have been passed down for centuries. Despite a history marked by conflict and political fragility, the spirit of community and cultural pride runs deep. At the heart of CAR's economy is natural wealth. Gold, diamonds, timber, and uranium lie beneath its soil. However, the paradox of abundance is real. These riches have not always translated into broad-based development. Yet, across towns like Bangui, Bosangoa, and Braya, local farmers, traders, and artisans continue to drive informal economies, even as international organizations work alongside the government to rebuild systems and structures. Hope also beats through the arts. CAR's vibrant music and storytelling traditions are rich with wisdom and resistance. From traditional percussion ensembles to modern gospel and Afrobeat, Central Africans use rhythm and voice not only to entertain, but to educate, heal, and unify. The Sanga Trinational Forest, a UNESCO World Heritage Site shared with Congo and Cameroon, is one of the last strongholds of forest elephants and lowland gorillas, a reminder of CAR's role in Africa's environmental balance. Conservation efforts led by local communities are emerging as models for inclusive sustainability. Of course, the Central African Republic still wrestles with serious challenges, including instability, infrastructure gaps, and displaced communities. But across these trials, a quiet resurgence is unfolding. Investments in education, local peace building, women's cooperatives, and agro-processing industries are gradually reshaping narratives from one of crisis to one of courage and capacity. To know the Central African Republic is to understand that even in the most tested territories, Africa's heart continues to beat, strong, steady, and full of promise. This is the uniqueness of Africa. I am Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines, from breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Madagascar, the world's 4th largest island, stands as a geographical and ecological marvel of the southeastern coast of Africa. Isolated from the African mainland for over 80 million years, this island nation has evolved into a biological treasure trove found nowhere else on Earth. Over 90% of its wildlife is endemic, meaning it exists only in Madagascar, including the world-famous lemurs, baobab trees that look sculpted by myth, and an astonishing array of reptiles, insects, and plants. This extraordinary biodiversity has made Madagascar not only a focus of global scientific research, but also a symbol of nature's ability to evolve independently and richly. Beyond its natural wonders, Madagascar is home to a deeply diverse and culturally layered society. The Malagasy people trace their ancestry to both Southeast Asia and East Africa, making their culture a rare and fascinating fusion of traditions. This dual heritage is reflected in their language, rituals, architecture, and belief systems. The Malagasy language, derived from the Austronesian language family, is one of the few of its kind spoken on the African continent. This cultural hybridity also extends to cuisine, dance, and storytelling, blending African strength with Asian intricacy in daily life. Madagascar's history is equally distinctive. It developed powerful pre-colonial kingdoms, including the Merina Kingdom, which unified much of the island before French colonization in the late 19th century. Unlike many African countries, Madagascar experienced a relatively centralized monarchy before colonial rule. Since gaining independence from France in 1960, the country has navigated political instability, economic hardship, and natural disasters. Yet, it continues to strive toward democratic governance and sustainable development. Strategically located in the Indian Ocean, Madagascar is positioned as a crucial maritime node for trade, conservation, and regional diplomacy. Its economy, while heavily reliant on agriculture, fishing, and mining, is beginning to explore tourism as a sustainable development path. The island's unique biodiversity, combined with its warm hospitality and rich cultural heritage, makes it a compelling destination for ecotourists, adventurers, and scholars alike. In the face of deforestation, climate change, and poverty, Madagascar's story is one of resilience and irreplaceable natural wealth. It serves as both a warning and a wonder, reminding the world of what can be lost through neglect and what can be preserved through global cooperation and local stewardship. Madagascar is not merely another African country. It is an ecological arc, a cultural crossroads, and a national identity unlike any other on the continent. I'm Moyosore Adebiyi for SOUQ News TV.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggables, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
The Seychelles, a stunning group of islands in the Indian Ocean, has become a distinctive figure on the African continent due to its expertise in marine tourism. It may be the smallest country in Africa in terms of population, with just over 100,000 inhabitants. But economically, it is considerably more powerful than its size, and its most valuable resource is the sea. The Seychelles economy is centered on its coastline and pristine oceans, much like many other countries that mostly depend on natural resources like minerals or oil. Tourism that is high value and low impact is vital to the nation's economy. Luxurious eco-resorts and unspoiled natural reserves that characterize the Seychelles experience attract tourists from all over the world. This type of tourism supports jobs in the hotel, transportation, fishing, and conservation industries, in addition to generating foreign cash. Seychelles' stringent environmental regulations are one notable strategy. The nation boasts of one of the largest percentages of protected marine areas in the world, with over 30% of its seas classified as such. In addition to protecting marine habitats, this keeps tourism viable and attracts eco-aware tourists and foreign partners. Seychelles has also adopted blue economy practices, using the ocean to spur innovation in marine research, sustainable fishing, and renewable ocean energy. Through these initiatives, Seychelles is positioned not just as a tropical retreat, but also as an example of how tiny countries may prosper by protecting and enhancing their natural environment. Seychelles has been a continental leader in the blue economy idea, which uses ocean resources responsibly to boost economic growth in addition to pleasure. By issuing a blue bond in 2018, it raised $15 million to finance sustainable fisheries and marine initiatives, making it the first nation in the world to do so. Additionally, the nation has set aside almost 400,000 square kilometers of its oceanic territory, roughly 30% of its exclusive economic zone, for regulated usage and conservation. In addition to protecting the Seychelles' beautiful waterways, these programs help the country's standing as a climate-conscious travel destination worldwide. By doing this, Seychelles has shown that preservation of the environment and economic growth do not have to conflict. On the contrary, they may support one another when handled with care and foresight. I'm Moyosore Adebiyi, and this is Just Africa. Africa is a continent of different individuals, tribes, languages, and even destinies. Every African country is unique in its own way, with something that sets it apart from the others. Today, on the uniqueness of Africa, we take a look at Chad. Chad, located in north-central Africa, is a land of extremes and quiet resilience. What makes Chad truly unique is its extraordinary geographical and ecological contrast. Stretching from the harsh Sahara Desert in the north to fertile savannas and wetlands in the south. One of its most remarkable features is Lake Chad, once one of Africa's largest freshwater lakes. Though it has shrunk dramatically over the decades due to climate change and overuse, it remains a vital lifeline for over 30 million people across Chad, Nigeria, Niger, and Cameroon. But Chad's uniqueness goes even deeper. It is one of the most linguistically diverse countries in Africa, with over 120 local languages spoken, despite a relatively small population. French and Arabic are the official languages, but the diversity reflects its deep ethnic and cultural complexity. Chad is also home to Sakuma National Park, a conservation success story in Central Africa. Once plagued by poaching, the park has rebounded and is now a sanctuary for elephants, lions, giraffes, and rare birds, showcasing the country's ecological richness. In the Enedi Plateau in northeastern Chad lies another treasure, a UNESCO World Heritage Site filled with ancient rock formations and prehistoric cave art, some dating back 7,000 years. These natural cathedrals in the desert tell stories of early human life long before modern civilization reached the region. In terms of identity, Chad is where Arab and Black African cultures blend, creating a unique socio-cultural fusion seen in its clothing, cuisine, languages, and traditions. Despite economic challenges and regional instability, Chad remains a country of untapped beauty, resilience, and cultural depth. It is a land where survival meets strength and where the desert holds not just sand, but stories. This is the uniqueness of Africa, and today we spotlight Chad, the bridge between the desert and diversity. I am Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
Africa's music industry may be crowned by Afrobeats, bright, rhythmic, and undeniable. It fills arenas, it moves bodies, it travels fast. But beneath that glittering surface, something quieter is unfolding. A new wave is rising, not loud for attention, but deep with intention. These artists are not chasing formulas. They are bending sounds, stretching it, reimagining it. New souls melt into ancestral rhythm. Psychedelic textures float over talking drums. Hip-hop meets live horns, R&B breathe through indigenous language. This is music that does not just ask you to dance, it asks you to feel it. This new sound is textured like our stories, layered, complex, sometimes soft, sometimes defiant. It does not beg for global approval. It simply exists, confident, expensive, and to
spotlight some of them and highlight them as we go.
Yes, we'll talk about some beautiful sounds that are coming. You know, like I said during my intro, the artists are reimagining so many things, so they are not being held back, and I love it. Reimagining so many things, so they are not being held back, and I love it. Our guest today is Dele Ayola. He is an artist, performer. Today is Dele Ayola. He is an artist, performer, sound engineer, and curator whose projects like astronaut in a engineer and curator whose projects like astronaut in a garden.
I think one artist that really comes to mind pretty quickly are artists like Ogwanya, artists like Sute Iwa and Te Iwa,
Okay.
So there are more alternatives, yeah, but then they do find ways to sort of mix it with the Afro. But there are times that they go full on alternative, and you just can't particularly recognize it. Rather, you just can't. You would not be able to have someone like a Sheyi Vibes that is blowing up as much as it's blowing up like in the world.